asking separate from what you just said.
All death is bad, and it looks like they're actually attacked themselves in order for them to get sympathy. Their land lease just came up, expired. The leader of that country, where there's going to be a civil war in there because of all his criminality behavior, and they were just about to rebel inside the country, and all of a sudden this false flag comes in. And so it doesn't come from the religious extremists like they're trying to paint the picture in the media and get people believing to get sympathy for them. There's good and bad people in every race, color, and religion, including bad people that have hijacked other people's religions in order to do bad shit to the rest of the world without anybody to be able to talk about them.
Okay, I heard everything you say. And Flo, if you get mad at me, that's okay. You don't have to jump off cam or whatever.
No, I'm not. I think I jumped back on cam to jump down your throat. I just don't know how. If somebody says it's a flag, right? Then that means it's not the H team necessarily. So when you hear that it's a flag, then why would you ask if we support the H team?
Well, because maybe it's not a logical assumption, but I fully think it's Hamas. Okay, you guys think you are all in this conspiratorial frame of mind. Maybe not all of you, because I haven't heard the.
Well, we're just applying logic to this situation. So it's an application of logic.
It's another thing that goes along with the conspiratorial stuff. And then this guy up here, I hope you don't mind a little contention because.
No, come on.
Okay. This guy up here, this AI guy, sorry, I can't read his name very well.
Montagraph?
Yeah, thank you. He's very science oriented with this AI stuff and his computers and his projections of the neurons in the brain and how you can control people. And then on the other hand, he's completely conspiratorial about things. And it's hard for someone like me. I'm not saying poor me or I'm a victim.
You're a coincidence theorist.
Not kind of any theorist at all. I like to weigh both sides and try to be analytical about it. Now, I'm not saying my thinking is better than yours, but what I'm experiencing right now is this room seems to be just completely full of no, Elvis is not dead kind of thing. And I don't mean I don't mean to insult people. I'm just tripping out on it. Just everybody.
No, but let's walk it down. Let's walk it down, Lindsay, a little bit. Like, do you take news at face value?
Definitely not.
Okay, no. So
I believe you got to.
So
you can choose from a bunch of news sources. Like you can't just say BBC, Al Jazeera. And,
do you trust any of them? Which one is most credible to you? Which one is the most credible of the mainstream media?
I think the truth is somewhere in between, but I don't think that it's so.
Between what? Between BBC and Fox? Between CNN and ABC?
A rendering of a story where it's always going to have a certain percent of lies, incorrectness. Something is going to be emphasized over here and not emphasized over here. And
okay, so how do you determine that?
Where a lot of you guys stand is like, okay, here's the truth, but way over here. Excuse me, here's the story, but way over here is the truth. And in fact, people are against us and they're conspiring against us and they want us to die because they're exposing us to cancer.
But some of us, we didn't arrive here willy-nilly though. Like it took us years of experience.
They're not.
They're for themselves.
It's not everybody.
The best way to give yourself more power is to give other people less. So it's not that everybody's against anybody. But everybody's for themselves, and that just happens around.
I understand.
Well, and there's been massive amount of manipulation over the years. Like it's not something that is just recent. It's been going on for hundreds of years, anyways. It's just that some of us have come to some realization of how the machination actually works, the Machiavellian nature of the so-called elites. People who play both sides of the fence.
Machiavelli was a very pessimistic man, or he hides behind this. He's the mask of pessimism and people hate, right? He's a misanthrope. So why structure your entire lives? And I don't mean all of you, because I certainly don't know the lady in the middle very well, and it's just from what I'm hearing.
But the rest of us.
Yes, life is short. Life is short, and life sucks a lot, and it has a lot of ups and downs. And you're always getting off the horse and getting back on. Why?
Do you know what Machiavellianism is? Like, I wasn't talking about Machiavelli himself, right? But like the whole idea of manipulation is like wrapped up in that, ideal of Machiavellianism.
I believe the Machiavelli means hatefulness or something negative.
I would say
It's
kind of
manipulative.
like
It's self-serving,
it's
manipulative.
Who here is not, for one
it's
thing.
it's like Hegelian dialectic. It's like probably.
I mean, Jesse's
like
probably
that.
not very Machiavellian.
No, and that's why he said what he said.
It can
about
be probably.
I don't
So he
like the
said-
labels.
Yeah. And that's why I didn't like what Flo said about labeling me. So you're this, or you're that. And we keep labeling each other. Oh, if you're not, and I did it to you too, admittedly. I said, oh, so
No.
you're in favor of, you're on Hamas's side, and you're. And
Well, I mean, if your label wasn't so like wildly off topic, or
no,
off
you guys were
accuracy-
talking about Hamas. And
I know,
Israel.
but I mean, it wasn't a cohesive claim to the thing. I'm for labels. I'm not gonna lie. Labels make it easier to understand people and things quickly. You can understand more information
They
quicker.
pigeonhole people too.
You're right. It's not fair to those poor individuals. They're gonna have to deal with it.
Okay, so my question to you, yes, we have to deal with it. It's too bad, so sad. It's life.
Well,
It's
I don't have time to get to know all of you individually for your unique snowflake souls.
We're just talking about and debating stuff. So
Right.
But they want us to pick a side about these things. Either it's the left or the right. Either it's the blue or the red, or it's either that guy or that guy, right?
You guys are
That's what they want.
And here, like
No, but what
people
we're
are
saying,
against us. Let me make my final point, and then I'll shut up.
Those people that we're talking about, those people that I'm talking about, are people who don't show up. They don't talk about that in the news. They don't talk about it on the mainstream media. But they're the ones who are pulling the strings behind the scenes, and we need to shine light on them and what they do.
Well, we don't know who
but
they are,
want
though.
us.
Not
No,
your
not exactly,
overpowering.
but
Let Lindsay go.
Okay.
Because my main point is what I wanted to make, and I do agree with what you just said. But okay, my overall question is this about conspiracies and about thinking in certain ways that are over here or over here. And here you're in denial and you don't see anything and you're ignorant and you may be quite happier. And over here, everyone's against you. How come there's not some kind of little road that we can take where we're skeptical, but our lives don't have to suck, as in everybody, and more than necessary, everybody's against us. These people are putting chemicals in the air. These people are doing this. Maybe some of that is true, but
isn't
you
that
become victims. You become.
Isn't that the point that I was making?
And there is a lot of middle ground. There's people on every side of the spectrum, and all in between. Some people are a little bit more this, little as they're learning, they start swinging back and forth. But once you start to, comprehend that there's a lot more going on than what they're teaching, and there's a lot of division, there's a lot of deception, and they've been lying about most things, if not all things that are being taught in schools, then you start to see things at a bigger picture and not stuck in the box that they've put people into.
I definitely see that. And that is actually one room why I like this, because you critically analyze things. But by you, I mean all of you. But I'm also seeing a lot of nothing is as it seems. And everybody's trying to get at you. And you got to protect yourself. And stuff. How is that this? I'm trying to say life is short. How is that?
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, because clarity is more important than pleasantry, I would say, in my opinion. So that's why I was saying regarding the brain tech. It seems more likely to me that it's a psychological trick. It's not all about. Whoever's trying to get in, like there's 10 people on the panel. And it won't change. It drops off. Sorry, go ahead.
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just gonna say you can drop me down anytime you want. I can always hop back up.
No, you're fine. If I were going to drop someone, it'd be Peniel again. But
Drop me too. I don't mind.
But I'm not going to drop anyone. But yeah, they don't need to keep slamming into the door. Like you can tell when somebody's gone. Peniel's cams up. He's like, "Hey, man."
Yeah, but we do have all people on the spectrum. We do already, and I would say that most people are kind of more on the middle. There are few people who are like, there's no conspiracy at all, and there's a few people who are like, everything is a fucking conspiracy, you know. And I would probably lean more towards the extreme side in terms of the way I look at like reality. But like, I think we're coming to a point where things are going to like really be black and white. You know, like either you're going to be on this side of the fence, they're forcing you to play a hand,
being
you know,
forced
like,
to be on one side or the other because it takes away your critical thinking ability. It pigeonholes you, like we were talking before. Like, for example, okay, you're either a Republican or you're a Democrat, and when you're independent, your vote doesn't really matter. I mean, not as much, you know. So why did we?
Your vote never mattered. That's the illusion. Your vote never mattered.
They wouldn't let you vote if it actually meant something.
Yep. Can you imagine? Like, take a step back from the world that we've gotten.
See, you're a victim then, because what else can you do but vote?
You can't vote.
Become aware.
It's a placebo activity. Do you really think the president of the U.S. is the most powerful entity that we can prove exists in the universe? Right? Do you really think they leave that up to chance every 4 years? Just complete chance?
Definitely not. It's not the people's choice. It's kind of like a church. It's not the congregation that people are really looking out for, in my opinion. It's the power and the control and the tithing. So I'm not. I don't know how to express myself very well.
But think about all the energy that's involved in, like, you know, protesting and like going out and then, you know, talking about Trump or Biden. Like, you know, like maybe a lot of us got involved with that. You know, I only voted once, like when I was 18, and then that was like for the third party. But afterwards, I just kind of woke up to the whole fact, like, I don't want to waste my time on doing this and arguing with people that Democrats are better than the Republicans or vice versa. Or it's like another like energy drain, you know, for people.
So
like it's a good way.
A problem without any possible solutions. You know what I mean? That keeps you in the victim role, that keeps you incompetent, that keeps you as a slave, as you guys like to say.
I don't like to say that.
That's exactly where they want you. That's why they don't actually give you any concrete information or evidence so you can actually have something to ground these conspiracies in. Like,
I'm asking, what can you do? I understand what you're saying and that it isn't all fair. There is no utopia. There is no egalitarianism. There is no ideal anything. It's always been more like a fiefdom with the haves and the have-nots. I get that. So
I say go with the Pareto principle. You know, find balance. 20% conspiracy theory, 80% putting the, you know, plow to the soil and building something and actually focusing on things that move you closer to your goals.
I can go with that.
Hey, I just cleared it. Sorry, Peniel. I have to cycle in people, and so I dropped Peniel, and I'm holding it for just hear me out. If you still want to come up, I'll give you a few minutes to take the spot. If not, I'll let somebody else in.
I'd say drop all the conspiracy theories altogether and just focus on the conspiracy facts. You know.
How does that make any sense?
Like how every single war the U.S. has been in was started by a flag.
Yeah, conspiracies are a reality, and you don't have to theorize about them.
Mitch makes a good point, because I was going to say it's really about the truth, right? So wherever you are on that spectrum, if it's perceived as extreme conspiracy theorists or whatever they want to characterize it as, what matters is it actually things that, you know, have been corroborated that you've come to know are true, and that's the position you're taking.
I like that choice.
Mm-hmm.
But we can say pretty objectively that the conspiracy theorists have been right more often than not so far.
By the way,
certainly the
I
last
just looked
few.
it up.
I don't agree. Sorry.
What'd you just look up?
Excuse me. I just looked it up. It's killing me to know what the name of it was for the color of the skin. It's called melanin.
Mm-hmm.
So the darker the melanin, the more transmittable the information.
Melanin is also another electric conductor. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Electric conductor. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. So that's what I'm
Piezoelectric.
That's why you're getting all these people that are coming in from all the nations with darker skin. That's what I'm just trying to say. They're going to be the replacement population. The ratio of white folks in the United States is 74%, and everybody else is 25%. So,
do you think that they know that Dick is not actually Asian?
Huh?
Probably not, but in Obadiah, it says that the Israelites will then enslave the Edomites. So perhaps that's part of the scripture that's being implanted into the subconscious of the human mind, so that as the technology takes over, it gives it a valid moral excuse for why the rest of the species needs to enslave the whites. That'll be in the 2,000 years of peace, though, by the way.
Do you think they're going to try to implement the no-hide laws?
Absolutely.
Actually, yes,
I think so.
I think so.
What did you say? No hide laws?
No
No
hide.
hide.
Tupelo, welcome to the membership. This is a good time to plug. Memberships are only $1. It's the best value on YouTube. Grab one now for yourself. Buy 20. Make it rain in the chat.
By the way, Benton does not approve of this conversation. I know he wanted to be heard on that, so
he's welcome to click the link. I've held the spot open for just hear me out for long enough. Benton, if you want to join, you're welcome to. Goblin, what's going on?
I had a question more directed towards Dick, but actually I want all y'all opinion because I brought this up a couple different times in a couple different places. So my question is, what's happening across the water right now? Would that not be Gog of Magog? Like, for real?
I have no idea. I'm not the right person to ask that.
I mean,
I would.
there's a couple of theories about that. I mean, like Russia and China being together could be Gog and Magog. That's like a theory that I've heard, you know. So I don't know.
I'm not even sure what Gog and Magog is. Aren't those futurists or that's Bible something?
I think it's
I
just
know
like
some
the end
people
of
that
it.
were talking about the Bible saying that the part of fulfilling prophecies is that 7 countries need to turn on Israel, and part of why things are going down the way they are is because they're instigating this to happen in order to fill this Bible prophecy, and that's why all these countries, they're attacking all the countries around them in order for them to get these 7 countries to attack them to fulfill this prophecy.
Right. That's right.
But do you think that all the countries are?
You said it perfectly.
Go ahead.
No, he said it perfectly. He said exactly what it is.
I'm sort of skeptical that all the countries are actually operating independently and would need to be coaxed into attacking each other.
The thing is, the book speaks in parables, what we call metaphors today. And it speaks about a caterpillar with hooks in its throat and ripped apart. But it's a parable.
I would say they're all playing their role for sure. Yes.
Might be AI.
Well, it's been fun. I'm going to go hang out with Angeline. May the source be with y'all. It's been fun.
All right, later, Jess.
May the source be with you. All right, and also with you and with Angeline. Star Wars: The Religion.
I just think there's a pattern that's emerging that's like very, apparent to me, and not that everybody has to see it exactly the way I see it, but like, this whole monolithic structure of what's called the NWO and the desire to create the one world government, currency and religion and all that, I think is at hand. And like what we're seeing now is just a part of that process. It's to like again like have the big fish eat up the small fish. That includes money, like the big money, like the dollar and the euro, the yuan, that will probably eat up the other smaller currencies, right? All the other currencies will go into inflation. You have to start accepting, and then once you get like inflation and hyperinflation anyway, they want to just get rid of money and tell people, hey, this system isn't working, we're going to replace it with a UBI and the social credit system, digital currency system, so we never will have to experience this hyperinflation again.
Yeah, I mean, practically speaking, if the augmented intelligence is intelligent and actually makes decisions that are sound and based in common sense, then sound weights and measures, we're going to get back to honest currency. We're going to have transparent, flat taxation rates that, are reasonable or something. And it's going to correct all the wrongs of humanity. But what it tells me, and I see Monty shaking his head there, and I get why, but it just also illustrates to me how this is a program. It's a technology that's designed with intentions, and it's purposely driven to take over humanity. So it's not augmentable intelligence like they're proposing. It's a fucking bait and switch, man. And by the way, they didn't tell you that you were being cyborg. You just kind of woke up and found that out in the last couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, the signs were there, though. Like, every time you got to verify that you're a real person, when you log in somewhere and it's like, pick out the spotlight. I think we've been teaching the AI every time we log in.
Well,
of course, now we are with everything. Go ahead.
Okay, so now you already know. Don't always believe everything you hear, obviously, okay?
Except for what you hear here at FlowState, where we'll never lie to you. I will never lie to you. These motherfuckers will.
Do your own research, this, that. But I might reference things that you might be familiar with but not agree with, right? Is what I'm getting to. So even when you look at like this Tartarian shit and like the World's Fairs and all that whole, if you want to call that a psyop, even when you go and you do the full research of that, it goes back to an ancient AI.
Ancient AI.
Expound.
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking about archaic stuff, right? AIX.
No. Look, man, that's one perspective from somebody's homework.
But that's sort of same sort of thing, right?
I just told you a perspective. It's just a communication. I'm just saying that there's a lot of different things that go back to an ancient AI.
Intelligence is intelligence. It's,
you get what I'm saying.
They might have. Go ahead.
I keep doing that to you now. I'll interrupt you this time. I'll just say that if it was doing what it says it was doing, it would look back at history and say, what are the most, affluent societies that has a large amount of the general populace doing well and, prosperous. And it would say, okay, well, capitalist type of mindset, limited government based off rights and freedoms. None of that will happen, of course, because it's driven by an intention. It's going to take the path of most tyrannical nature, communist type of agenda and socialism.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah, you
So
bet.
I just want to say, I don't disagree with the kind of ancient technology that existed, and maybe this artificial intelligence have been created before. Maybe like the Atlantean times, pre-Atlantean times. Like I think humans have been genetically altered, anyways. And the Asians, for example, we have like Neanderthals. You got the Cro-Magnon man, and then you have the Africans who were coming from a different race, et cetera, Homo erectus. But there's been a lot of resets and various types of resets, like massive floods, like massive, like some kind of plasma events. There are a lot of evidence for that, right? giant, but like when people talk about Tartaria, they kind of put everything into one big canopy of like ancient technology that existed in America, Australia, and Europe, when it's not really accurate to say that it is attributed to Tartaria, because Tartar or Tartaria is like basically Russia, Eastern Europe, part of China, part of Tibet, and North Korea and South Korea. Like that was Tartaria, like map. Okay, but that was like pre like 1700s. You know, prior to that, there were other things that have happened, like Atlantis had that happen, and other like advanced civilizations who like created like the pyramids and other pyramids all over the world. So there are different layers of this, what we call Tartaria. That's very difficult to kind of break down and say,
Bro,
okay,
I got
this
a Tartarian map in my living room, and it's only there for decoration. Just think about that. All right?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it the same land mass that he was talking, or the same geography he was talking about? Yeah. AI. So okay. So the AI, ancient AI, as well as aliens, seem to be getting way too much attention for me to think that that's really the secret, right?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
There is no AI. It's a fucking program. It's a control mechanism. That's all it ever was. That's all it'll ever be. It's not learning for the purpose of like advancing itself or whatever. It was a fucking program ran on the people, and they're getting fucking ran through like a train right now. It's mind mapping you, data mining you, surveilling you, analyzing you, making you predictable for a multitude of purposes. So that there you go. Except mine's not getting scraped right now. Y'all's is.
At a minimum,
I love that hat.
At a minimum, it's got to be a demiurge.
Why couldn't it be exactly what Dick just said it was?
It is. That's why it would qualify for the demiurge if you think about it.
And this is a good spot to put in that if anybody's got kids at school, their laptops scraping everything. And they've got a program called Gaggle that supposedly that monitors them for safety. Of course, it is owned by Google, but it monitors everything done on the computer. And so by the time our kids are adults, they'll have a complete psychological profiles of these kids and everything they've done and how to sell them, different things.
All right. Hey,
yeah, I don't know if y'all ever seen that. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and blaze out of here. I did want to say thank you very much for letting me at least defend myself.
I'm glad you did.
Well, so I appreciate that.
Yep. Have a good one. Thank you for coming up and fielding questions.
It's nice meeting the rest of y'all, and we'll see you around. And by the way, the Mitchell young man, if you need a helping hand, you call me. You get my number anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, you're in my area, so but I'm doing pretty good, man. Thanks for the sentiment, but I appreciate that. If I need something, I'll keep you in mind.
If you get in a spell, you give me a call on my phone, leave a message, and we'll take care of it.
Thanks, man. Much appreciated. Peace.
All right,
take it easy, man.
That was really like amazing that he's here. You know, I mean, I'm very happy that he showed up. Actually, you know,
I am too.
However, a
really nice guy. Really nice guy. Everything that he said was checked out with me. I mean, I don't know much, and I'm not going to do a ton of research, but everything passed the sniff test.
I don't know a lot about him. I do know his good friend is Roy. That's why I thought that they were, involved in some long time dealings. But essentially, I know they have a lot of intelligence. So I mean, definitely good people to soak up some wisdom from, for sure.
Rocky, what do you think about Jesus? Rocky's been down in the chat telling us about Jesus.
Sorry. Everything's funny to me.
Well, I think everybody in here thinks it's like they're saying that the Bible is a conspiracy, it's a script, and that they're just following a script. And, you know, there's nothing new under the sun. They had transhumanism. It was before the flood. They had half human, half angels, and they're just trying to do the same thing now. And it's not going to work. It's gonna end. God's not going to allow it again. He's not going to allow a third intrusion. This transhuman agenda is going to go down.
Why do you have the beliefs that you have?
Huh?
Go ahead.
Why do you believe what you believe? Like, what is it that makes you think that you're right in your traditional Christian view on the Bible, and maybe instead of maybe thinking there's something else going on, or maybe you have to look at it from a different angle?
I look from both angles, and this makes more sense, more reason. It's more reasonable.
It's a magic book.
It's not a magic book. It was inspired by God. You guys say you
check
believe
it out.
in God.
I'm a Christian too, bro.
You know,
did you read the very end of the Bible? The very end.
I'd like to thank
You mean
my
the last
mom.
verse?
It says there will be a new heaven and a new earth. And it also said that if God did not speed up the amount of days, there would be no flesh left on the earth. So what does that mean? That means there'll still be people.
Let it all burn down. Because if you're going to live in fear, this is my take on it. If you're going to live in fear and say it's all for naught, and the prophecies in the Bible,
I don't live in fear. I know where I'm going. You guys are the ones that don't know where the hell you're going.
Okay, yeah, all right. I have to stay out of this.
No, you
Where
don't.
are you going, Rocky?
Lindsay,
very strongly about this.
Lindsay,
Wait, I want to know where Rocky's going.
Okay.
But let her finish. I mean, like, just let people finish their thought first, and before jumping in. That's all I would ask.
Okay, so y'all think that the Bible's a conspiracy, and that 3,500 years ago,
you mentioned that already, Rocky, sir.
It was going to go down, and it's going down, and you think they planned this 3,500 years ago when Genesis was written.
Hold
and
on.
they told you about the Nephilim.
Rocky, pause. You jumped in. Lindsay was not done speaking when you started, so I want to hear.
No, that's
Lindsay
okay.
I know that you're fine with it, but I want to hear what you were starting to say.
It's just going to cause contention, and
Lindsay, not saying it is going to for sure cause contention.
It will definitely with Rock.
I don't care.
I care.
I don't care either. I don't care either, because I will cause some contention here, because like I think the Bible itself have been manipulated. This is my belief,
too.
you know, and it's been the Council of Nicaea, but like if you just go look at King James himself was corrupt. He was a sodomite, okay, and he was part of the.
Why would they manipulate it unless it was true? Why would
because
they?
It controls people. Look at you.
Yes, you can use it to control people. I'm not denying that. Mistranslations can be used. You can mistranslate a verse and use it against people. I'm not saying you can't do that. I agree with you on that.
Well, that answers your question. That's not an objection.
The original thoughts that God was trying to convey through the scriptures it's not a conspiracy. It's just telling you history and what's going to happen.
I am more than willing to give you that. Like let's just assume that the very original form of whatever the Bible was, because it's a mystery where it comes from, was inspired by the Word of God. But do you not think it's possible that corrupt people, evil people, over time, twisted the words, twisted the meaning over a long period of time, so that they give you something that is not as pure as it was before, and they give you something. You know that they have a Bible for the slaves. Did you know they have a Bible for the slaves? They call it like a Black People's Bible or something like that.
Already, I've already told you that answer. You've heard my answer on that. Notch. The original scriptures were written in Greek. And the closer you get to the original scriptures, the better you are. People have mistranslated it. And since 1611, when the King James Version was translated, it was pretty good, but we don't speak 1611 English anymore. And we've learned a lot more of the ancient Greek and Hebrew since then. And we still have the Greek manuscripts from about 200 AD. And the 2,500 manuscripts in Greek, it wasn't written in English.
Do you know how to read
other
Greek?
language? Greek is a translation. What?
Do you know how to read Greek?
No, I don't. I studied under a pastor that does and did. He was fluent in Hebrew and Greek. I studied under a pastor teacher who studied the original languages his whole life. Well, since he was like 30, I think. And he recently died. He died about 10 years ago. So, you know.
What
Anyway,
I
I'll get out of here. I know you guys.
You're fine.
You believe the Bible. Y'all think it's a conspiracy, and that it's all a bunch of bullshit. But you all.
Hey, you've been down there in the chat talking nonstop about how the Bible's true and stuff, and now we're trying to have a conversation about it, and you're you're doing a Jack Talcott.
But here's the thing, like, you know, like we can go by verse about things, and then like there are things. No, I mean, I'm not suggesting that we should, but like it's just that it's open to people's interpretations. And I think there's a lot of truth and good things in the Bible. Really, you know, I think there's more good things in the Bible. But I also believe, this is just my personal belief, that the people who manipulated the Bible, you know, like we're talking about principalities here, right? Like I think you agree that we're dealing with principalities, like, you know,
Where
other
do you
entities.
get that terminology? You get the principality terminology
from the Bible.
Yeah, so
I'm trying to speak in a way in which that you understand me.
You don't believe the Bible, but you're using terms from the Bible. Why would you do that if you don't believe the Bible is real?
Because you believe the Bible.
I believe
you're meeting people where they're at.
Yeah, I'm not trying to talk down to you. And also, like, I do believe some things from the Bible, not all things from the Bible. So I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater with the Bible. And that's
Do all
true with any
brown
other
people
scripture
hate
anyway.
God, or is it just you?
I didn't know I was brown, but am I brown?
Or yellow, you know, all whatever color.
I'm yellow. I'll be yellow. Okay.
It's brownish. It's brown adjacent.
I got brown.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, what's wrong with using the vernacular he uses just to try to communicate his ideas back and forth?
So what are the principalities? What do you think they are? You don't think they exist?
I think they're the dark entities. I think they are the dark entities. So they have multiple different names. They're demons. You know, they'll call them tulpas in some places. Like it's a kind of an egregore. We created them. But my main point is this, because they live in a different existence as we do, and so they look at like time differently than we do. So maybe, you know, they knew how things were going to be played out, and they were like, you know, putting the information in the Bible as like a kind of a programming, so that later on it can be used, you know, for their own purposes. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, could they be playing like 5D chess with us?
Okay, so 3,500 years ago, some really smart motherfuckers got together and said, we're going to write a book over the next 3,500 years. And at the very end, it's going to talk about, you know, this, by then we're going to have this technology where we can put a chip in you and buy or sell without the mark of the beast. And we're going to plan this 3,500 years in advance. And it just happened to come true. And it's just a big fucking conspiracy. That's what we're thinking then, right?
I don't think this conspiracy is, I don't think it's the people 3,500 years ago that made this. It's the same principalities that are in existence today that never die and have always existed that have this control
And
over everyone, and they
why
are
would
the people.
Why would the scriptures identify principalities and powers in high places? Why would it identify itself as being the? I don't get it.
It says all sorts of things. The Bible says a ton of things. Many of them are
Yeah,
self-conscious.
the thing is, the Bible says a ton of things, and it all meshes together and makes perfect sense.
He's talking about for we battle not against flesh and blood, but evil wickedness and principalities in higher places. Those are principles that are just the standard of man in general that you should know to follow. Like it's in you. You know this naturally.
I would agree with that.
I'm not a principality or a power, and I'm not in high places. I'm not evil. Well, I've done some bad things, but I'm not.
So, okay, so then you think about who is.
You're not evil.
If you're not, think about who is.
I think it's more the impact you have on people.
If it were a psyop, though, and if I were controlling people, and I wanted them to not attack me, I would say, hey, it's not me. It's these demons. It's these concepts. Fight the air. Fight your imaginations. It's just you can answer your own questions really easily. You can see why there's an incentive
So
there.
you have no experience with any kind of evil spirits or anything? You've never seen a shadow?
Nothing. I've never had any experience that is obviously supernatural.
You don't believe there's any like extra dimensional
let me rephrase.
I had really bad gas once.
Yeah, I've smelled it. That's what I was about to say. His gas is fucking awful. No, what I was gonna say is I was gonna walk it back. I have had for lack of a better word, ESP shit happen in my life that I can't explain any other way except for, I guess, ESP shit, right? But I've never met a demon and been aware that it was a demon. My ex-wife is pretty shitty.
Do you think there's such thing as demon possession?
I was gonna say that.
Do you think there's people that have been possessed?
Could she have been possessed?
Do you believe that demon possession is a real thing, that people can be taken over by a demon?
I think that
yes.
I lean more towards yes than I do no.
Well, then the spiritual realm is real, and the Bible identifies it for you. It's trying to help you to explain what world you live in. It tells you there's demons, there's principalities, there's powers.
There's lots of explanations given by all sorts of people. Why is this one the one?
I feel like you're Rocky. I feel like you think that some of us are attacking the Bible, and I guess in some ways we are, because we're kind of trying to.
He brought it up. Nobody was attacking the Bible beforehand.
I was just in the this what's his name, Meta whatever.
Montagraph.
He had some good, he had some good insight. There's a lot of conspiracies going on, and he's talking about how they want to replace the white man with the dark-skinned guy. I think it's. I don't know.
Even for a brown guy like myself, I can agree with that concept. I can tell you that it's happening.
I knew you were a brown guy. Called it.
Exactly.
What?
Depending on how much sun I get. But look, I mean, most of everything that we talked about today, we're all mostly in agreement with, more or less. And nobody's trying to attack the Bible or trying to attack Christianity. I like Christianity. I like Christ. It's just that, a lot of Christians are also kind of derailed, right? They're also kind of suffering from Stockholm syndrome to support that country in the Middle East as well, and those people who are supposedly chosen. So there's a little bit of that going on. A lot of religion, not only Christianity, has been infiltrated. We have to be aware of that as well. There's a lot of conspiracy that's going on.
Do you know that the H team is also faking crap? That they use rubber babies.
Yes.
Oh, look at my rubber baby.
How does anybody know any of this stuff really, though?
Well, we got videos now. We can see that. Oh, look at that guy is supposed to be half dead, and he's supposed to have a bullet in his head, and there's no blood. It's just there's fakery on both sides. I don't know what's going on. I can't understand it either. You know, why would it's like they're acting together, like the Z.
Yeah, exactly. They are acting together. There's an agenda. It's not happening willy-nilly.
And they're just trying to.
There's a purpose behind it.
Let me put this into perspective for you. You say that you follow the Bible, right? And I told you I'm a Christian too. The H team is Ishmael. Okay, so all them people over there are related. They're all cousins. It's two brothers, offspring. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah, they should get along with this. So there's no good side. Either side's not good. Neither side is good. The only thing the Bible says is if you and I don't understand. They think it's when it says those who bless me will be blessed, and those who curse me will be cursed. That's talking about the seed of Abraham, and it's talking about because Jesus came through the seed of Abraham, and he made a covenant with that Israel, and it doesn't mean that they're going to be perfect, that the Jews or the Israelites are the perfect nation. They rejected their own Messiah, so they're kind of like in darkness right now. And you know, but hey, they're pretty good bankers. You know what I mean? They're good. They make good bankers. You know, they're pretty goddamn smart. Would you rather be under the Rothschild banks of America, or would you like to live in Africa, where they don't have any banks run by the Rothschilds and live in a straw hut? I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know what's going on.
Hold on a second. Exactly. Let me jump in. Mr. Samuels, thanks for coming up. But somebody else is trying to get in. So if whoever that was can try again. So anyways.
I'll get down.
No, did you know like
Samuels wasn't even he was working, and so we don't need to watch him work if somebody else is trying to get in.
Do you need me to get down?
I need you two to stay. You two, for sure, because you're the most active ones in this conversation. No, we've got room now.
And you know, it's not about continents, Rocky, because like Montagraph was saying that like by 2062 or 63, they want to make Africa like, you know, the new modern place. And if there's any legitimacy to that, you know, like if you look at history, like Persia as an example, that was like the pinnacle of history at that time. China at one point was like the pinnacle of history at one time. Now it is the West. The time for the West is now. So, but the elites are global, you know, like quote unquote global. They're international. They play all roles. They can belong to any one country, but not really belong to any one country. So they're manipulating from within each country. That's how they're working, right? And they want to cause division between people, between one race against another, one group of people with another, one religion against another. That's how they play this Hegelian dialectic between people, one religion against another religion type of deal, right?
It's money making to do that, you know. There's no what I forgot what president it was who said that war is the supreme money making opportunity, and it's true. And if you have
Eisenhower, maybe
it could have been. It could have been. It was back there. But it's true. There's profiting to be made off of division and derision and hatred. And there's always somebody there. Like if we have a nice, pleasant talk where we sit here and we compliment each other, you know, the people will not really be interested, and we'll just say it's cupcaking or whatever. We're not interested. But if we sit here and we fought, and I called you names, Nachi, and I said, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. It's the same thing. The derision and division gets more viewers, more money, more notification, or whatever. The same with I think conspiracy theories. Oh, it makes you think of something like maybe there's something dastardly about this. But it's in terms of the Bible. I wasn't necessarily trying to attack it, but I like kind of analyzing any kind of literature, and the Bible is literature. From Bibles to comic books to, you know, your favorite author. I don't know. I think we have the right to kind of pick it apart, compare and contrast, fact check, whatever. So no disrespect to you or to Christians, period. I believe in God. I believe in Christ. I'm a skeptic, but I definitely don't mean to say, hey, you're full of BS. I think a lot of the Bible is useful too, very much so. But with the talking pony or donkey or whatever it was, and Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff, I can kind of do without.
That was Shrek. Chuck, thank you for the 10 memberships. Chuck made it rain. I appreciate all the support.
Cameron,
Chuck. Chuck and Steve are the men. Oh yeah, and I also started a poll in the chat if anybody on the panel would like to vote in whether it's gay or not to wear a jersey with another man's name on it. It's sort of off topic, but you know, it's worth asking all the questions.
Give us a salute.
I'd say yeah.
Salute.
As a person, kind of.
It's
Yeah, I
a
just
little
want to
gay.
say that new guy salute.
It's a little gay, but we'll see what the poll says.
I always like to hear people's testimonies, you know, what their spiritual walk is like or what inclined them to take on whatever label, religion. You know, what does that look like practically? I always got my interpretation of it, but I don't know if that spurs anyone's interest to share something like that, Rocky or anyone else.
I have no testimony.
You're definitely going to have to repeat that for Rocky. I can tell Rocky's going to need that repeat.
I mean, I'm just saying when I was in my 20s, like I wanted a spiritual relationship with God, right? And I started praying, quote, you know, reaching out in my meditation, you know, I want to walk with truth. I want to know spirit. I want to know God. And ask and you receive. I had a presence of a comfort that came as a result of that. And then I went into the church. I assumed, you know, because I'm raised Christian, that I got to go, or not, I wasn't raised Christian, but I was raised in a country that's Christian. So I saw that all around me and, you know, ran off to the prosperity church and the pastor's running around doing tongues and everybody's falling on the floor and dancing. And he's like prophesying over them. It's a big fucking rock show. And I went through all these different denominations and finally kind of settled on independent fundamental Baptists because I really wanted just that, you know, like pure fucking no nonsense, no sparkle, no frizzle, just straight God, you know, let's get straight to scripture. Let's really figure out what this entity that we serve is. But when I left the church, my biggest fear was that what I had gained in my spirituality would leave me and I wouldn't walk with the Most High anymore. There's like some kind of weird Catholic guilt kind of ingrained in my subconscious. But I would just say my personal testimony is by standing on what I knew was true in my heart, by using my discernment that the church was corrupt, that the Bible was manipulated. It's full of contradiction. It has tremendous amount of discrepancies and references books that are not included within the approved books. There's all kinds of questionable things that any critical thinker would have to say, okay, I got to be a little suspect about making this the inherent, infallible, perfect word of the Most High that, you know, has zero error. More, I'm going to learn from these sacred truths just as I would from any of the religious sacred texts, and that the Most High will never leave or forsake me. But I know that not because a book wrote it, but because experientially it's my testimony. Even when I totally fuck up and just make a complete fool out of myself, the Spirit is always there to guide me back to truth and back to center.
When you say the Most High, isn't that like Jehovah's Witness thing? The Most High, that phrase? No? Or am I remembering that wrong? I'm probably wrong. I guarantee I'm wrong.
Was that a
Yeah,
question, Dick, or what you just?
It's a
that whole
stumbling
thing
block.
that you
Well,
did there?
because no one else had a testimony, so I shared mine. I was opening the door if anyone wanted to share what their spiritual walk looks like. Nobody wanted to, so I jumped in and gave mine.
That was good, brother. That's good. Yeah. Well, I would say that you're
Well,
right.
I tune into Joel Osteen every day, pretty much.
That sounds about right, Pineal.
That's my testimony.
Make sure you get
You know
season
what?
tickets.
Pineal never comes up here, and now he's here and he's got weird comments to make. Thanks, Pineal.
Well, he's highly Mandela affected too, because everybody knows it's Osteen now. There was never an Olstein.
My testimony is I believed in Jesus when I was 5. They tried to tell me Santa Claus was true, and I said, hell, that's bullshit. There ain't no Santa Claus.
That fat man can't get down a chimney.
My neighbor across about Jesus when I was 5 years old.
And you're like, that sounds about right.
And then when I was 10, I got this little pamphlet, and it was called the Faith Rest Technique, how you claim promises in the Bible. And you put your faith in the promises of the Bible, and you can have a relaxed mental attitude because you can rely on God to take care of you because you have faith. And then I started ordering tapes from this person who put the Faith Rest Technique out, and he studied from the original languages. It's non-denominational church who studied from the original languages, not from he didn't like the King James, he didn't like any of those translations. He just did it on his own. He went to a Dallas seminary and learned Koine, Greek, and Hebrew, and he continued studying the language. And we've learned a lot more about the Hebrew and Greek language over the last 400 years since the King James was written. And I don't know about
we did never lose those languages.
The Koine Greek and ancient Hebrew are different than modern Greek and Hebrew.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt if you're done, or if you weren't done. I mean, I did mean to interrupt, but go ahead.
I study the scriptures from my pastor teacher, which is a gift given by God. You have to have the gift of pastor teacher to teach. It's a gift. Not everybody has that gift. And he studied and he taught 5 days a week, or actually 6. And he took off Saturday but when he got older, he went down to 3 or 4 days a week. And it was nothing. It wasn't a Lonely Hearts Club. It was strict academic discipline. We were there to learn the Word of God from the Greek and it's not this whole. You're supposed to go to church to learn the Word of God, not to have a raise money and have a rock band and do all this like any other, like the world. We're gonna have a rock band and we're gonna have coffee and tea. No, you go there to study, and that's what we did. So I've studied the scriptures for 40 years from the original languages, not from this King James version and this stuff. So the reason I think it's real is because the Holy Spirit makes it real. The Bible tells you all this stuff, that it's, the Holy Spirit makes things real. The Holy Spirit inspired the Word of God, and it's real. It's the best-selling book in the world. It's for a reason. Now, sure, there's mistranslations. The Roman Catholic Church has their translation, and then King James wanted to have his. He went against. He was trying to separate from Rome and have the English Church. So, hey, I'm going to write my own, and then there's competition. They use it. They do use it because it is powerful.
But Why do you think it was inspired by God originally? What gives you trust in the original, whatever?
Well, the Bible says it was the scriptures, the word of God. It said, okay, I know this verse by heart. It says the word of God is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword. That means more powerful than any weapon. Okay, the word of God is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing of the son of the soul and the spirit and the joints. It makes you healthy. It helps you relax. It helps your joints, your marrow. It's a critic of the thoughts and intents of the heart. All scripture is God. It says all scripture is God breathed and is profitable for reproof, for correction and righteousness, that the man of God might be mature, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. That's what it says about itself.
My people die for lack of knowledge.
It says that too. Our people perish for lack of knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge. That's a Bible verse. You got that from the Bible.
Right. Yeah, I don't have any people, and if I did, they wouldn't perish for lack of knowledge. I know everything. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. I know everything except for what I was about to say.
Well, I'll get out of here, you guys.
Well, you don't need to get out of here, but I feel like you probably want to. Even though we won't agree with you.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys, 7 people in here that are like fighting me, like I'm some dumb fucker that believes in some stupid fucking book written by a bunch of
No, that's not true. You can't say everybody is that, because I agree with the Bible, but I have different perspective as you.
And nobody's. I mean, I don't agree with you, but I don't. I guess it's whatever. And Goblin's a Christian, and I think probably there's some other Christians, like Sarah's kind of one.
Most people probably agree with you. That's what's, there's no reason to be offended. I think most people would watch this and think he's right. If there's any one true thing, it's that book.
And here's the thing about this conversation should be had because people need to think critically about the Bible. If you question the Bible, if you investigate the Bible and you find it doesn't hold up, you have to choose. You have to follow the truth, right? If the Bible's the truth, it will withhold investigation and questioning.
And when it doesn't,
you have to readjust your thoughts.
Ooh, don't scare them.
You know what the fallacy is about the Bible is there is a kind of a scare thing behind it. If you don't fully buy it, then you're either a sinner or a demon or misguided. If you don't go along with the thinking, it's either that good or bad.
Free will. You have free will, but if you make the wrong choice, you'll burn in hell. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'm also saying that cherry picking has a very negative connotation. Because it's like you're sitting on the fence, take a stand, wimp or wuss or whatever. But I say, we all cherry pick, and there's nothing wrong with it, because how are you going to find out the truth if you don't analyze both sides and say, hey, you know what? Side A has a really good point here, but the other stuff in it is BS, and side B has a really good point there. So why not take all of your best and most meaningful information and combine them into your own philosophy and your own beliefs? There's nothing wrong with that.
It actually uses the brain that God gave you.
So do you, let me ask you something. Do you realize that there's evil, wicked people in the world, like demon spirits and stuff? Do you believe that that's true, that there's wicked, evil, demonic, possessed, like freaks in the world?
Like Snafu Snaps?
Yeah.
Who are you asking in particular? Anybody?
Okay, so if that's true, do you want those people to live with you in eternity? I mean, would if heaven's real, don't you think that God should be just and righteous and judge those people?
It's not for me to decide or for me to know. I'm not intelligent enough.
God
If you're talking to
decides
me, I don't know.
what
I'm
goes
not
up.
intelligent enough.
I'm just asking you, would you want the wicked to be saved? Do
I
you
don't
want the
believe in that
wicked?
in the first place. I don't believe in your premise in the first place. Do I believe there are bad people? Yes. Evil, I don't know if I would really call that, because that draws a connotation, that draws up a vision of this guy with horns and, you know, see, you're already nodding no at me. You and I already knew this from the start, cannot have a conversation because I'm very set in my
I just asked
position
you a
and
question.
you're very set in yours. So we're
I just
just,
asked you a question. You can't answer
I
it.
don't agree with your
Yeah.
premise. No.
Oh, I don't judge people, and the evil people. Oh, yeah, it's not
Judge?
me to
Oh, I judge
judge. Oh,
Rocky,
I want everybody to be free and love, and let's love
look,
the
man.
evil people.
Why are all
too.
these Christians so loving? That's what I want to know.
Rocky.
No, that's not what I'm
He
saying.
hasn't even said any of that shit. He's projecting past conversations with other people that have opposed his views and throwing them onto Lindsay.
I
I
noticed.
asked
I
her a
noticed.
simple
That's why I
question.
can't talk to him.
I asked
He
her a
straw
simple
mans me
question.
all the
Do you
time,
want
and then
the
he starts
wicked
getting mad.
to survive? And she's like, I don't know. I can't judge that. Like,
I never
don't
said the
answer
word
that.
judge.
That's too hard for
Never
me to
said the word.
answer. Or something.
Call that
And
first.
oh my God.
Oh,
See,
never mind.
you and I are just going to argue. So why? Why?
I just asked you a question, a simple
I
question.
said no. I said
you-
no. Definitively,
all around it.
positively, concretely, no.
No, what?
I do not believe in evil demons that are coming after me. I believe there are fucked up people
No, that's not
that have a
the question
Glock,
I asked
and I
you.
lock the door. They're not going to heaven
I
with
asked
me.
you
Not in my heaven.
if you
They're
would.
not going. I don't
That's
know where
not
they're
the
going.
question.
I don't know.
You don't even
You think
question
you
I asked
think
you.
you know. I do not claim to know. So, you know, I bow to you and to your genius and your intelligence, and that the fact that you're omnipotent. And wow,
Hold
congratulations.
on. Let's
This
all
is-
take a moment. Let's all take a
this is-
moment to bow to Rocky.
Fuck you,
Yeah.
fuckers.
This is
You know,
why we
you
can't
guys-
talk, and you don't even understand me and what I'm trying to say. And then that gets
I
me
asked you a simple question and you danced
answered
all around it, and you said that I asked
I'm
you
about to
something
dance
that I
on your
didn't
head,
even
dude.
ask.
What was it? I didn't hear the question.
He asked
You
me if
all
I believe in
dodged
evil
everything.
demons walking around us.
He rage quit. Why the fuck are all these
She
Christians
actually
so
answered it
loving?
really quickly and instantly. She said, "Yes, I believe the people are evil, but I don't believe they're evil people."
All right, we got Rocky, we got Snafu, we got Tommy,
frustrates
we
me.
got Smith.
Do not, please. I know
What
you're
makes
here,
you
Rocky.
think all the Christians are loving? FlowState.
No, I was being sarcastic. Listen to my
I
list.
hear you.
Did you
Do
hear my
not
list of
misinterpret
people?
me
I heard you.
and ad
Yeah.
hominem and say that I use words that I didn't. I surely judge. I probably judge way more than all of you, because all of you are very nice and open-minded.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, fuck everybody.
Hold on a second. You think you judge more than me?
Yeah, this motherfucker judges.
I can't tell for sure. I can't, right? Because we don't fully know each other that well.
Well, no shit. I said, do you think?
Maybe because you said you keep it inside and you don't, and you filter it, and you're able to not say it out loud what you really think. Where I'm a buffoon and I say it out loud and I don't care that someone doesn't like me. What I care more about is being heard correctly. That really bugs me when I'm not, when I'm straw man like he just did. It's like, what did I waste my time for?
I think it's amazing that that Tarek is still down here, shit talking Montagraph, but still refusing to offer any sort of support for his claims.
The guy from earlier in the tank top?
This is all new shit. He just left his comment.
I think what we are trying to achieve is kind of objectivity, and we can understand that each one of us come from a certain background, certain programming, and we're going to have our own biases. What we can be helpful to each other is to kind of shine light on some of the blind spots, and some people hold on to those things a little bit more than others, and I don't know the right strategy of because I always try to be gentle with my
Both
approach,
parties
but
have to be
that's not
open.
always
He's not open. And yes, I'm not going to make this all about me. I'll be really quick. I am not exactly the most open-minded person. I just admitted I'm judgmental. I think there are pros and cons of that too. And I'm not sitting in the middle of the fence. I'm being a realist, right?
You're
so
right.
when I say I can talk to this man, I mean with a caveat of only if he can hear me. And he can't hear me. He's going to hear what he wants to hear. And then he's going to tell me that I'm saying things that I'm not saying, pin me out to be the bad guy because I don't agree with his premise. So that gets me really frustrated. So I have to be open-minded to what he's saying. And I've tried to do that and I let him speak. He's not open-minded to what I said. So I can't talk to him. He makes me mad. I'm sorry, it's true.
He's very frustrating for me too, if that helps. I don't know.
Okay.
He's frustrating for everybody, but
And he's not wrong. It's just his opinion. You know?
no, he is wrong. He's arrogant. That's what he is. He may not be wrong, but he's definitely wrong in his hubris.
To assume that you have all the answers, whoever you are,
It's intellectually dishonest.
I can't deal with that.
Oh, man, that's what makes people dangerous. And when I say dangerous, I don't mean like a weapon, like a knife or a gun. Like people that believe in something so hard that they fight tooth and nail because they think they're right, they're fighting for the right thing, but they don't see how it affects what's around them. That's dangerous people.
Yeah.
There's no meat in the middle. They're just
Not
right.
as dangerous as me with my knife here.
That's a different danger.
Watch it.
Just fucking really play with a knife.
That's why you can't.
Put
You guys
yourself
think
on
that you
fire.
can have. You guys think you can have. I don't know, productive religious-based conversations about whether there's a God, say, or not, or whether you should. There are things in the Bible that are true or not. I don't think we can because we're already set in our ways.
Yep.
But yet, I feel when people philosophize it, like Nachi, I can get it. I can understand why he takes this idea and puts it together. But when this guy goes by the book and he refuses to analyze literature, I just can't deal with that. Well, I can, but I don't like it.
Can anyone decipher this comment on screen?
FlowState, why are you this drunk? Disrespect to anyone.
Huh? Yes. Purple.
We're not disrespecting him.
I'm not sure what. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody in the chat knows can speak TRiCK.
No, I understand. Because he's missing some words. He's talking about why are you letting this drunk somebody, whomever that might be drunk, allowing that drunk to disrespect anybody?
Oh, here's some clarification. Because yo are allowing Rocky drunk, and FlowState allows certain people on the panel. Even if they are cold or evil, he allows it because he cares about numbers.
Is he drunk?
That's true.
Yeah.
I definitely care about the numbers more than I care about upholding your whatever weird covert contract standard you've got. Go make your own channel, TRiCK. I let you up here, even though I think that you're a hypocrite and a coward and a shit talker. I think you bear false witness all the time. I think you're dishonest with yourself and with people you talk to. But I still let you up here.
And again, like before, you were accused of that by him, and I agree with that idea about what was it exactly? But you were accused of because you wanted him to come up to talk to Montagraph, when he was in the chat, and then when he did come up and Montagraph was not here, he was saying that you were doing that to just get numbers. But like if you're talking to somebody in the chat, right? Then you have an opportunity to come up and talk to them directly. Why not take that opportunity? I think that's your position.
Well, and even more than that, like I just believe in being more erring on the side of caution when you shit talk people. And if you shit talk somebody, especially some of the claims that I've heard made about Montagraph, but you know that you're going to refuse to provide any support for it, then why the fuck are you even talking? Why are you talking and judging anybody? Like obviously I'm making the right call in this decision. Given the amount of evidence and information I have, which is none, I'm making the right call. TRiCK, if I'm making the wrong call, it's your fault for withholding information that could change my mind.
But we are free to comment in chat, yeah, and say our opinions and say, FlowState is full of what because such and such, and this is what I think.
Well, sure.
I mean, yeah.
Until
okay.
I kick you.
Okay.
I mean, that really is how it is. People don't have rights here. This is my channel. It's not a democracy. So yeah, I'll kick the fuck out of you, TRiCK. So
see, TRiCK, at least
kick
you know what? It's not my room. I'm gonna shut up.
No, you're fine, Lindsay. You'll know before everybody gets like several warning kicks before they get kicked for good.
Okay. Don't you think he's at least interesting with his different perspectives? I think Rock is interesting. He just won't hear me, So I'd love to speak to him if he could hear me, and I could hear him. But
TRiCK,
I think the
TRiCK, you've been called to the panel. You've been called to the panel. Go ahead.
No, like here's what I think. I think there's a little bit of a history between you, Lindsay, and Rocky. And that's been kind of going on for the past week.
There is
like just between you. In my mind, this is just what I see. And maybe you don't feel it from your perspective, but from what I have seen, no, this is just what I see. I think there has been like. Yeah, and I think it had to do with some of the other arguments that weren't resolved for whatever reason, and I think he's trying to have a conversation. Not that you're making it difficult for him to have that conversation, but I think there's something else going on that is beyond objectivity, beyond discussion. I think there's something else going on.
Something
Personally
I don't
speaking, this is
understand.
yeah. This is what I'm observing. Yeah.
So you're saying he has the hots for Lindsay?
I don't think that is what you're saying, is it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is. He might have hots for Lindsay, but maybe we act like kind of like middle schoolers, where we like girls, but we show them we don't like them, and that's how we show our affection. By pulling on their hair and stuff like this. I don't know.
Have at it, man. Or we can do the details. No, I really don't know.
What did you mean? What did you mean in the private chat there, Lindsay? I didn't get what you meant.
What did I write?
I'm reading the chat too. Also, my bad.
I have no idea.
You said, my bad.
I offend people. Just, I guess that's my goal in life or something. Or, I mean, not goal, but I notice that I offend people, so I'm constantly having to apologize or be diplomatic or whatever. And I just
you said I'm not. Yeah, you said I'm not putting that down. I'm not putting that down, Pineal. I like that you shared something personal. You're talking about the Joel Epstein joke?
The
triad joke?
The fact that he
it was kind of a joke. It was an attempt
Yeah,
at a joke.
I get that it was a joke. Mostly it was because I think I needed the spot. And you, I don't know, you're pretty colted up. I'm just not sure about you. No offense. Nothing personal. Just my optics.
So what does that mean exactly? Explain what that means to be colted up. I want to know. I would ask Snafu, but he doesn't really use that terminology anymore. Lately, it seems.
You hang around Anslavia a lot. And you showed up right about the time when a bunch of Chaos agents showed up. Like, there was people backstage I didn't let up. So the timing was sus.
And so is Mitchell here?
It very well be my misinterpretation, which it seems like it is sort of at this point, honestly.
Is Mitchell here next to me and Notch here above me not regular panel members of the Enslavia camp?
But they're also regular here.
Okay.
I'm here more often than I'm over there, actually.
I see.
I think he thinks you're indoctrinated into your religious beliefs or something.
No, it's but
Yeah, well, no, I think he knows I was joking. Again, the Joel.
No, not including.
Yeah, not
the
religious
Joel.
at all.
No, I know. Yeah, I know that was a joke. That was just like that wasn't anything except for an attention catalyst for me, honestly.
I mean, I was bar
mostly-
mitzvahed, so I mean, if anything, yeah. I have read a Joel Osteen book, though. I will say I read a Joel Osteen book before it was Mandoozled to Epstein or Olstein or whatever it is now.
And if I were really in YouTube for
but yeah, it was a good book.
I would definitely be running a Christian channel. Hallelujah, praise God, hit the donations. I mean, that's the crescendo of every church service ever, right? Is the offering plate.
Actually, the best way to go about it, Flo, is that you have to say that you were like a Satanist, before,
what?
and then
the
best way to go about it, like if you said that you were in an occult organization and like a Freemason, and you were a Satanist, and you did this, and then you saw the light, and then you became a reborn Christian, and then you are coming out with your testimony. That's how you're gonna get
More
that
palatable.
group of people.
I used to be a voodoo doctor in Tahiti.
There you go.
But now I'm saved.
But that's
praise God.
That's not believable. See,
Okay,
we
hold on.
you gotta spin it that it's like palatable for people.
Okay. I was born a poor black man.
And a sinner and a demon.
Okay. I don't know. I need help with a better backstory.
I'll help you. I know how to spin the story. All right.
All right. Are you gonna help me?
Oh well, you have to go with like your cultural background. So you come from like the the southern states. So like you want to become like a Southern Baptist. Probably that's the best way to go, right? You're gonna get the best following before that for that, and then probably like anything like you want to say like, oh, I grew up Goth, and then I was programmed, and then
Can I be bit? I was
into
bitten by a radioactive spider, and since then I've been able to see God. No,
that just sounds stupid. No,
Okay.
that's not gonna sell, man. That's not gonna
Okay.
sell.
Are these other people that want to come up? Are they here? Because maybe they want to.
They're not anymore. Most of them showed up when Montagraph did.
Okay.
Another good
JB
direction is like
was
going
one
like
of them.
new agey. Yeah, if you went new agey before, and then you saw the light, and then you became a Christian. So that's another good.
So I
good
need a
direction to go.
redemption story, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not too
Usually.
late for me to use that one. I am sort of like, I dabble in the occult. I mean, I'm interested in it, right? I've got books on it and shit. I don't like do spells or anything, but I think it's an interesting subject matter.
Well, that we know of, that you don't do spells. That
Simple
you don't
Jack.
want to
Okay.
admit to.
Touche. I did do a protection spell one time. It was a weird point in my life, but I peed in a jar full of broken glass and buried it.
Oh God.
Actually, I didn't bury it. That's probably why I got raided again. Because I didn't complete I did the easy part of the protection spell.
You know what happens?
You half did it.
I have to. I pissed in a jar full of broken glass and then set it on the back porch. Oh fuck! And then I was standing there when I got raided the next time. That's crazy.
Okay, he's crazy.
No, I mean like it. I mean, how weird is that? That I was standing on the back porch by. Yeah, okay, that's a
Yeah.
fun twist I hadn't realized until like literally just now.
Coincidence? Don't know.
Possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe we got a witch in the chat. Is Venus still here?
That stuff kind of scares me.
It does me too. But I figured this one was benign enough. I got told it by this chick. She was like a Mexican witch, like from Mexico. I don't know. It was a whole thing.
Bruja.
It was a weird, but she assured me it was simple. It'll give you protection. I was like, that's good because these people are actually after me. It didn't. Yeah, I didn't carry it through.
All it did really was protect your bladder from overflowing. You know?
I mean, that is true. It protected it better than a beer bottle. I don't know any of the dudes have ever peed in a beer bottle, but you pee more than 12 ounces.
Way too small. Way too small.
And if you're leaving a Royals game and you're stuck in your friend's car, he gets pissed when you try to plug the end of, like you putting your thumb over a hose. I'm retarded.
You admitted it.
It's a nice thing to know.
Hey man,
A beer can only holds so much piss
acceptance is the
until it
first.
overflows. Good to know.
Acceptance is the first step, man.
I mean, I think everybody already knew it. It's like coming out of the closet, but everybody already knows you're gay because you run around yelling at women because you're mad that they don't turn you on as much as the dudes do. You know.
You win. You've got the room speechless. That was really good.
Everybody thought
Have you ever seen
too
this
arrogant
movie? So
to
you-
admit that I'm retarded too.
Have you ever seen this movie called Brain Candy? It's done by these like Canadian comedians, like what are the Kids in the Hall? Have you ever seen this? Brain Candy. Okay,
No,
like
never even heard of it.
there's a family. There's a father. He always comes home after work, and he goes to the attic and he watches gay porn and he masturbates. And then when mother comes home, asking the kids, "Hey, where's daddy?" And the kids are like, "Dad's upstairs, watching gay porn again." And but the whole time the father's like, "Oh, I'm not gay," and he was in denial that he was gay because he's got a wife and he's got kids. Like, how can he be gay if he's got a wife and kids? But he's watching gay porn and jerks off to gay porn all the time, like, right? And then later on, he finds out that he is gay, and then they do a big parade. Like, I'm gay. I'm so happy that I can be open about the fact that I'm gay.
Did you watch this movie in an arcade booth at a truck stop?
Oh, well, where else? Where else would I watch that?
That happened to me in real life. My dad. He was
yeah.
gay, obviously to my mom. And then my brother and I, my older brother, always had this feeling like there's just something different about him. And I would look at other my friends' dad's hands, and they would be kind of tough. They would have calluses, and the nails might be dirty from grease or whatever it was. They all had these working man hands. And then I looked at my dad's, and I noticed they're really soft. Well, that's because he's in education, and I just excused all the red alerts that I had. And
But his nails are painted.
Not quite. But do you mind if I tell this story? I mean, it's kind of awkward anyway.
Oh, I don't give a
can
shit.
stop
Go ahead.
now. Okay, I will.
Do it.
I will do it because it's strange and sort of interesting in a way. At least it trips me out. So I'm thinking my dad is someone who he's not most of my life, really. But I'm getting these little red alerts. Like, for example, my brother's older friend comes home and my dad comes to pick us up at school, and his older friend tells my brother that he said, "Your dad hit on me." And we were both like, "Bullshit, quit lying. You're a weirdo. Shut up. That didn't even happen. There's no way. He's into my mom. Da 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 blah blah blah." I get little clues and hints like that, and little weird sexual things that I kind of nuances that I kind of excused and kind of didn't understand because I was 11, 12, around that age. But at the same time, I had processed it somehow. I think kids are smarter than we give them credit for. And it wasn't until years later when I was like 23 and in college, and he was arrested. And I couldn't believe it. But it was in the papers, and my mom brought me a copy because I was going away and I was in college, and she brought
you a copy?
She said, "Your friends are going to come to you, I guarantee you, and tell you this. So I want to head them off and tell you what happened with your dad." And so I was like, okay, what? Mind blown, out of the universe. It says I shouldn't be sharing this. I don't care. Okay, I'm just not going to care. It was shocking. It said that he was arrested for soliciting sex in a public restroom I asked him about it from men, of course. And I can't tell you, it's as if you told me Nachi is purple and green right now. It's like, there's no way this is even real. This doesn't even register. And his whole story brought this up for me. I was so dumbfounded that I left class because I was upset. You know, like my life has been a lie, and I'm this liar's kid, and it just played with my head. I crashed my car because I was thinking about it, and as I was thinking about it really deeply, I drove to the stop sign, and I asked my dad, what is this all about? Did you really do this? And he denied it, and I knew right then he was lying to me. And then I started catching on to things again and again and again. For sure, he's bi, for sure. It turns out my brother that he had with another woman, my half brother, is gay. And I think it does run in families, or it can. So I'm looking up my dad on one of these, you know, the free websites where you can look up first, middle name, last name, and see, you pay $1 and you can see where somebody lives or something. Because I don't know my dad anymore. So I want to know who this guy is. Because if I don't even know.
You got other addresses and phone numbers, huh?
I got his address with a woman's name. And so I confronted him and I said, Dad, who is Christy? And why is her name on your address? He started making up lies. Come to find out, it gets weirder. Christy is a man. Christy is a man and a truck driver, and he's been staying at my father's house while he goes through transition surgery, and my dad is paying for it. And imagine, I don't know how I can, this is just so strange.
Sorry. Well, go ahead.
He moved in with a transsexual or transgender person, and you know, he never admitted that he was gay. These are things I had to find out to figure out, you know, find out, and he still denies it to this day.
Is he gay or not though? Because I mean, he's trying to. Oh, okay, because he's trying to transition. I don't know. That's confusing.
My dad's not trying to transition. My dad is a liar.
He's trying to transition his boyfriend or girlfriend. He's trying to make his boyfriend into a girlfriend.
How did you even meet? Yeah, it's so confusing. I said, how did you even meet Christy? Like, how did this even happen? And he just lies after lies after lies. What did he tell me? Oh, it was a former student of his. That's what he said. And they connected, and you know, he just wants to help him because he's a really nice guy. Do you think
that's true?
No, I think he probably picked him up somewhere. And so to find these things out about your parents or people you know is mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. Yeah. Just as weird as those conspiracy things, you know, that you guys are talking about. Like, what if we think IDF...
More weird, yeah.
Yeah. IDF attacks itself, really? You know, that's just, to me, mind-blowing. And this kind of subject was danced around a couple of times, so I'm like, I'm just going to tell that story. It just still confuses the hell out of me. Not only do you not know yourself because of cognitive dissonance and you're changing your own changing mind here and there, but we don't know each other. We don't know ourselves. You don't know your parents. You don't know what they did before you had them. You don't even know they're gay.
How long ago did you, like, how long have you processed it for?
For forever. I'm still going, what? How did this happen? You know, he was with my mom and we were a family.
Was your mom surprised?
Yeah, I told her. Yeah, she was surprised too. And then suddenly she stops and she says, things are making sense now. Things are making sense. And it's like, it's no wonder most of us have problems with trust. And I say you should. You should.
That's how we're good. That's the takeaway from the story.
Yes.
Never trust anybody.
Do not. What I do is I trust on the continuum. Like I'm keeping to use Nachi. I'm going to use him again and again because he's next to me and it's convenient. I trust him to an extent. I look at it like a spectrum, with nobody being able to be 100% trusted, simply because you can't trust yourself. Like I said, there's cognitive dissonance. I don't even abide by my own morals sometimes, right? So I can't trust me. So from 1 to 100, I can trust Nachi anywhere along the scale, but no one gets 100. And I think that's fair.
Yeah,
trust but
that
verify?
is definitely fair. Yeah, absolutely. That's reasonable.
Rank us from most to least trustworthy on this panel. Go.
Well, that's not fair because I know you better than anyone else here.
Oh,
Number
I'll be the
one.
highly rated one on this panel. Lindsay trusts me to the most.
Your name has MGTOW in it. You go all the way to last.
I don't trust anyone. I'm sorry. Not fully, but I can trust Flo to an extent, but I think he has ulterior motives.
That's what
Because
people
he's-
keep saying about me.
Because he's manipulative.
What?
But there's a certain part that I can trust about him that I would say, hey, he's not way over here, you know? There's certain things that he says. There's certain nuances in his facial expressions. There's certain things he says from the heart and with his eyes. And I notice all that stuff. Just like if anyone else had trust issues, you would notice the same things, right? Like, does she touch her nose when she's talking? Does that mean she's uncomfortable? All those body language things. I'm talking my ass off, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You're just.
No, please continue.
Why don't we talk about Notch? You've talked with Notch enough to know.
I trust him very much.
Can you share my video to the chat about the brain candy flow? You have
Oh
the
yeah,
wrench.
yeah. I got you. I didn't see it back there.
Thank you.
You just can't trust anyone. You know, that's why people's wives cheat and things like that.
I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio, Lindsay, and that just puts me in the category of not really trustworthy because we're all automatically mysterious. You know, that's just the way we're built. You know.
When someone tells you they're not trustworthy, you should take their advice.
There you go.
I'd like to know if anybody else, especially the woman on the bottom, because she's particularly quiet.
Gang,
I don't know
gang.
if she's listening.
That's Mitchell. That's not a woman on the bottom.
Oh,
That's Mitchell.
see, I need my glasses. I don't have glasses on. I'm so sorry.
How dare you?
I can't read names. Now I see you're a guy.
Mitch,
Okay.
Mitch,
You're
show her
so
your
far
hair.
away.
I'm good looking. It's all right. Yeah.
It's an accident.
That's a man.
I got.
I need glasses.
Well, women compliment my hair all the time.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I
So.
apologize for that. It wasn't on purpose at all. I just like to hear what people who don't talk very much. I know.
So Mitch was lying about his gender. So he moves to least trustworthy.
Right.
You were blurry to me, honestly, until you got
He's
closer.
fooled. You tell, you tell me as well.
I'd like to hear from you. Like how
I have trust issues. I don't really trust anyone. I think everyone's been, deceived and tricked and whatever, confused, including myself. So, I have to question myself often. And, I think, I don't know if that's a healthy way to be, but that's the way I manage my life for sure. Is I question everything. I'm very skeptical. But
triple Scorpio here. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
commandeer your room. I'm
I'm
going to talk about this because
Commandeer away. I've been up here for a while.
I'm like this.
No, yeah.
I don't
you
tell
got it.
anyone that. I haven't told anyone that.
Right on. Well, yeah. No, you're doing a great job of running the panel, and I can take a back seat.
I've got lots of stories about my screwed up family.
I think we've talked about this before. I think it came up when I said that I was what 27 or 28 when I learned I had two older half sisters.
I didn't hear you say that.
Oh, well, yeah. That's all it is. Two older
Let it
half
play
sisters.
with your mind, right?
I forget about it still, right? People are like, "How many siblings do you have?" I'm like, 2. Wait, what kind of 2? I mean, I have 4, but I really I only know 2. One of them I haven't even ever met.
It's a trip.
So yeah.
Like I said, there's things about your parents that you don't know. Maybe they don't think you should know, or that you shouldn't be told. But then when you find
it
out,
was a surprise to them too.
Yes, don't sit in IHOP. I'll come grab it. It happens. Sometimes you don't know your sibling.
Yeah, it does.
So do you
but
actually
mine is less weird than yours.
Do you actually
Yours-
vote, Lindsay? Were you
Swear.
being serious before, or were you joking?
why couldn't I vote? I can vote. Yeah. But I
No,
was saying
I didn't say anything. I
in
didn't
that
say
con-
that. I asked you a question.
Oh, what did you say again? Maybe I misheard you. What did you say?
He's on a huge delay still, I think.
I thought he asked me if
What now?
could vote.
Yeah. Man, you got to get a new computer or something.
No, I don't think. I don't think so. I hear you with your mouth. I see your words moving with the mouth, unless the display is delayed too. I guess it's possible.
Oh, I don't know. Lindsay asked a question back to you, I think. Or say your question again to Lindsay. I don't think she followed.
Go ahead, my bad. I was asking if you were being serious when you said that you voted and you don't see another way to. I guess I didn't hear you right, and that's why I'm asking you to clarify what you said about. It was probably like 30. It might have been an hour ago, actually.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember what you're talking about. I had said voting doesn't do anything, and you had said, "Well,
yeah, I don't remember the word."
Like, well, how are you gonna influence the system then if you don't vote? Which,
Yeah, I was actually looking for productive things that you could do instead of voting. And I said, for example, if you want to be in one of the parties that thinks kind of in the middle rather than linearly, like an independent or something, then your vote doesn't even count as much as, somebody who's either a liberal or a Democrat.
I don't think that
a liberal or a Republican. And Flo was saying they don't count either. We don't count. And then you guys
I think
were saying
locally they do. I think at a local level, it does. I think this is just my theory, but I think that once you hit governor of a state, at least, probably way before that in big states like California, but I think definitely by the time, well, before you're governor, actually, it's not up to the general public's vote at that point. And I say that because based on observation, but I also have my grandpa was mayor of a town, and they wanted him to run for not senator, for governor of the state, and he declined. And he didn't explain a lot, but what he did say was basically that politics isn't what you think it is. So I'm sort of reading into that some too.
He kind of knew it was a waste of time.
Well, I think that he knew that you have to compromise yourself. You're not allowed to get up to those levels unless they've got leverage on you.
Unless they allow you.
Right.
And then my counter argument, or at least complaint or contention with that was, okay, so we're all sitting here a bunch of victims, and that makes me feel angry and powerless. So I want to know.
There's one way around all this, but not a lot of people like to admit it. But
I feel like you're going to say something kind of raw.
Say it, though.
Yeah, you're implying something that's like
allegedly
1776, right? That's
maybe
right. But see, that's definitely not the way to get anything done, right? Like just pragmatically, it's not. That's not the way to do anything. The best way to impact the system. See, people bitch about the system being too big, but then also utilize it for all the shit that they want. If you stop utilizing it, if you stop using it for the things that you want from it, it will stop giving them the validation to continue to expand it.
Well, it's got more out of me than I've got out of it.
Whoever has
I'm just saying.
gets laid, now we run out of gas. So no, we don't.
I didn't hear that.
I said earlier, somebody asked if guys in a fedora still get laid. No, not when they run out of gas.
Oh shit. Yeah. No, probably not. I mean, maybe by a dude that picks you up.
It doesn't feel good to be a victim, right? And to be powerless like a beetle on your back with your legs in the air. That's
right.
Quite the description, right? But I don't want to be like that. I want to say, hey, you know what? I have a choice to do something.
You're even more like that if you ignore reality. And the reality is all of us are sort of like that to a degree. Mm-hmm. But we also have way more impact over our own lives than the system does. And And so if everybody just you can remove yourself from that to quite a large degree in your own personal life if you work at it.
But are we not wasting an enormous amount of energy that we could use actually doing something instead of complaining about the same things over and over? This isn't a criticism. This is more like me trying to improve myself, because I'm not speaking for all of you.
Focus on yourself and put all of your energy toward yourself instead of fixing society, which cannot be fixed. Focus on yourself.
Yeah, I absolutely think that fixing society, like, not to shit on Jack, but like trying to go straight to the top and then manage the whole world, to the UN. I think that's I think it's the same thing as like voting in national elections. It's just a placebo activity. You're not going to impact shit if you demand to impact from the top down instead of just starting where you're at and impacting your sphere. If everybody just influenced their own sphere in a positive way, then you've impacted the whole world. That's the recipe to impact everything. It's just people just take care of their zone. But everybody wants.
We're all connected. Yeah.
We are all connected, but that's how you make change. If you try to get into other people's turf and fix their problems from the outside, it's just
they're not going to see things the way that you see them anyway. So.
Oh yeah, Benton has explained this very well before. I agree with the Bentonian perspective on
the N-word revolution. If
the N-word revolution,
N-word.
Well, you all seem to agree.
Now, here's where I disagree with Benton. I think that people are connected, but we're not one. We're one. I don't know what that is. That's a talking point that justifies getting involved in other people's business.
Yeah, maybe on the greatest level, but we're definitely not where we go one, we go all.
Yeah, I do think that we're connected in ways like when you're thinking about somebody and then they call your phone. Everybody's had that shit happen. I've had that happen in a lot more extreme ways than that, as probably everybody else has too, but I think that demonstrates that on some level we've got some sort of a connection.
I would say in general, society is going to shit because they haven't taken the responsibility to, be independent of the system, So.
What if you don't want to be a sovereign person? I don't want to be. I mean.
What does that even mean? I mean, sovereign is like a title.
Not participating in the general government laws that we all abide by, taxes, et cetera, having to drive with a license, blah, 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 blah. How do you break free from all the governmental systems and institutions and stuff that we rely on just simply to eat and live? I mean, realistically, you can go off the grid and, like the...
Well, I think Flo touched on it. You stop utilizing these systems that are justifying their funding based on you using them. Their whole existence is because you use them,
And so, a lot of it's just. Oh, sorry, Mitch. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I yield. Go ahead.
I don't know. If a lot of it is even just changing our rhetoric, right? So it changes an easy example that I like to use is cops, right? And especially when you look back at look at how people reacted to J6 and how people reacted to the BLM riots, right? Each side was cheering their asses off to see the other side get arrested for whatever it was, right? That dichotomy mindset where it's like, oh, we're in a police state. Oh, good, get their asses. They shouldn't break the law. That's the ultimate hypocrisy, and that sort of attitude is what gives government its legs to demand more money.
Well, it's ignorance. It's that kind of behavior is just out of ignorance. They're not understanding what they're actually. It's hypocrisy and ignorance. It's just not really being aware of what system that they're in. And my contention is that if more and more people became aware of what kind of reality that we're in, what the government is and all this stuff, but it requires tremendous amount of effort and time. Most people do not care to do it because they want to be distracted with their, sodas and TVs and whatever, you name it all. right? And so then they will never get to that. So they're relying on people that, because like if people wanted to wake up, nobody could stop them. Nobody could stop us from waking up, right? Even despite all the programming, they just couldn't do it. But for other people, they can't stop them if people want to wake up, but they just don't want to. So that's kind of the situation that we're in. It's a little bit catch-22.
It is very much catch-22. Like, let's take Flo here, who despises the cops and their interference in his life. And you would say, hey, if you're gonna be consistent about that, about lack of involvement in institutions and I'm not paying taxes and this and that, wouldn't you have to be consistent straight along the line? But he spent, $15 for that shirt. He paid taxes on. He paid for the cigarettes. The taxes. I guess there's cigarettes aren't taxed there, are they? Probably.
Yeah, they are.
He paid for that microphone, whatever it is, and so you can't ever fully break free.
No, you
Well,
can't.
what if you could? Yeah, you can technically, but
No, you
I
can't.
mean,
There's no place on earth that I know of that you can live with not engage in the monetary system.
Exactly.
You have to pay property tax on real estate.
no, there's ways you can avoid paying property tax, but there are people like, I'm sure Notch could speak on this more eloquently. There are, I'm sure, some monks up in the mountains that aren't paying property tax.
Somebody's probably paying property tax for those. I mean, at least in the Western world, in the U.S., what I'm familiar with, somebody has to own whatever land you're on. Somebody's paying taxes.
Well, even if they didn't, even if let's say even if I went to the Himalayas and I went to the most remote monastery, like they're still gonna have to eat, right? Often what the way these places work, that they get donations of barley powder and ghee. Yeah, if I really had to push myself, like I don't need a whole lot. I just need like salt, ghee, water, and maybe like barley powder, and I could probably live on that for months. Seriously, I lived on that for like weeks.
Do you want to?
What is it?
No fucking way.
Do you want to do that?
I've done it. It's not something I want to do. It's hard. It's ghee.
What
Ghee
is
is
it?
Clarified butter. GHEE.
No, what's it
butter.
made out of again?
It's
clarified
milk.
butter.
It's clear. It's clarified butter. It's ghee. It's well known in
Doesn't need to be
in
refrigerated.
India. Ghee. Yeah.
All right, let me
It doesn't need to be refrigerated.
Let me rephrase
down,
something, because a lot of people are saying that you can live without paying property tax. You can, but you can't own anything. How about that? Like, there's no place where you have
There are
the
a lot
right
of people.
to have a house and live there unfucked with.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say something about this, because I live in a country where there are a lot of people who are quote unquote sannyasins, which means that you cannot have property, you cannot marry, you cannot have children, etc., etc. They're considered holy people, and they're kind of like walking around from ashram to ashram, but that lifestyle does not suit 99.999% of Westerners. It's just not. It's like it's difficult to live a lifestyle that it is inconceivable to you. Because you're used to what you're used to, and you have attachment to the lifestyle that you have. And I get it, right?
I'm addicted to sugar cereal.
Well, that's fine, and that comes in a box that is made by a company that's packaged. That they did all this kind of stuff. So
You're
vast
contributing to
majority
the
of
ocean
people here,
pollution.
But think about how many microplastics I'm taking out of the environment by eating them instead in cereal.
You're not eating the plastic bag.
Well, and just like pure metal that's just ground into it to make it seem like it's got it's full of metal and stuff like this as well. But look, it's whatever. It's not my place to judge people about what they eat, because there's grocery stores full of preservatives and chemicals and all kinds of stuff. It's not a big deal. The question is, when people say they want to live free, actually the best thing they have to think about is what's the alternative? I have some alternatives here, living in India, because the lifestyle of some people and the culture of India actually support that type of lifestyle if I want to live that. But I won't be here on the internet. I'll be walking around probably bare feet, with a bowl, begging from house to house, which is okay, and then I can live that kind of lifestyle. But is that what I want?
Literal?
Most people cannot. It's tough.
It's
Yeah.
them getting what you want, not just what you need.
I mean, the Amish are a popular community that, have pretty much separated themselves, and there are plenty of ways to avoid paying taxes. It's just, people do it out of convenience because it's easier to do it than to learn how to avoid it or whatever.
You can't avoid the risk. There's a hell of a lot of risk there. And here's
Risk? Yeah. I mean,
another anecdotal example for the driver's license, the thing. Like a month ago, I missed a court date for tags, and that was a few months ago. Anyways, I missed a court date for expired tags, right? Not a big deal. It's like a $30 fine if they don't waive it. Normally, they even waive it when you go to court. If you've renewed them promptly after getting the ticket. I missed that court date. So I went to get a new court date. You've got to bond yourself out, book in, bond out, whatever. So I called up ahead. They knew I was coming. I went up there with $500 cash, got booked in, and then they book you all the way in, put you in the holding cell, and then they're going to get the bond paperwork ready and come get me, and then I bond out. And I'm waiting in there for like half an hour now. And the dude comes in, he goes, "We've got warrants rolling in for you from all over the place." And I said, "What the fuck?" I said, I got pulled over the night before. I know about my one warrant. And that's what I said. I've got a warrant from KCK. What else? He goes, "You got that one." He said, "You've got 2 from Missouri that are full extradition only. And they're not done coming in yet." And I asked him another question. He said, "Oh, well, we'll go over them when I said, "What? Oh yeah, what are they for? What are the charges?" And he said, "We'll talk about them, all at once when I come back." Okay. And anyways, so he leaves again. He comes back 20 minutes later, and he's like, "Good news, we're looking at the wrong people or the wrong person." Right.
Oh my God.
So, but who knows how long that could have played out a lot longer, I guess is what I'm saying. You don't know the norms that you open up when you contact law enforcement. Those things can go wrong, and open yourself to prolonged or more frequent interaction. It just there's no way to describe it other than risky.
Yeah, but there are also ways. I think what you were describing is like, you being able to identify yourself was able to clear your name, essentially. But I mean, cops make mistakes. They could have stayed in that mistake and not noticed it, or people make mistakes. I could have had warrants I didn't know about as well. So, but I think there are ways, to have ways for them to identify you or whatever without you identifying as that corruption, and just recognizing that corruption is key because it eliminates their presumptions and plausible deniability. So that way you can assert whatever rights. It
wasn't corruption. It was just like they're just not all the smartest people.
Well, your name has been corrupted, is my point, and it's like people don't even really want to recognize that. It's like just that alone, and it's easy. It's pretty easy to realize. I mean,
I'm not sure what you're saying, honestly. Does anybody? I don't know. I'm not following your point. My name has been corrupted by. Are you talking about the all caps thing?
Yeah, just your people don't even really realize who they are technically. It's like you have your given name and your family name, and there is that distinction. So, that they're using that sort of ignorance, and it definitely, the all caps ties into it. But
I don't know that I believe that all caps thing.
Well, if you want, I can definitely show you evidence of it.
I would like to see that. I haven't chased down that rabbit very far down the hole because it seems like one of those things that even if it is technically true, like good luck in the public's mind, it's you can't do stuff with it. But if you've got stuff, I'd be happy to look at it, and I definitely could.
So I think the basics of what I'm saying is, there's this trust, that was created for your benefit, and the people have failed to utilize it, as their benefit, and they've become trustees to this, but through their ignorance. So that's that tricked out of position, you know, so to speak. And so that makes you liable for everything basically. And that's the trick, you know. If more people realize that reality, then they could start utilizing the trust for their benefit instead of, you know, being responsible for everything that's wrong. I'm trying to describe it very simply and basically, which is hard because you know, it's rather complex. But, you know, page 666 of the Chicago Manual of Styles will tell you what the all caps is. It's the American Sign Language. You know, that essentially, you know, is a good place to start on that. But
You said using. Oh,
I just
Don't forget the SKV Trust Act of 1666 too.
Right, I've read that, and that is interesting, but I'm not sure that it connects to anything going on over here. That was what 400 years ago in England.
It does connect. It's all that continuation of they have to carry that like chain of.
But I have seen
title or whatever.
I've seen a government document with my name in all caps and my daughter's not in all caps. I've seen others with hers all in all caps. It mixes and matches. I think it's how it's entered into the computer system. I don't know that it goes any deeper than that. But
yeah, well,
what was that? Give me that thing. Page 666 of what?
It's the Chicago Styles Manual or the Chicago Manual of Styles. I forget, but it's
Yeah, you got it right.
It's American Sign Language is what it is.
Well, how is that relevant to law?
So that's essentially the format, like the format that's acceptable or appropriate for, you know, like the
research.
It's like grammar.
It's the grammar.
It has to do with grammar, right?
Yeah, it's basically defines what all the differences of, you know, languages and grammar and all these punctuations, whatever. I don't really know the best way to describe it, but it's what all that means, you know.
So this
just
is
like
issue.
in writing, you know, you go ahead. Sorry.
It just looks similar to what we think, you know, so we just go along with it, and so, you know, that's the deception. It's subtle, but it's right in our face.
The mistake that I see that's frequently, basically always made with this SOVSIT, for lack of a better word, stuff, is that they misapply things places they don't belong. Like UCC. The UCC has nothing to do with whether or not you can drive with a driver's license. That's, you know, but people love to say like, oh, look, driving is defined as commercial activity. Yeah, in uniform commercial code. But when you're just driving around, it's not governed by commercial code. What happened? Am I still here? I see Lindsay spinning.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Lindsay's spinning, but I'm listening and thinking.
I mean, just like
I
they follow
agree.
the Black Laws, just like they follow the Black Laws dictionary, right? Like the words have a particular meaning within the confines of the court, right? They have to follow a particular like grammatic system, you know, like with a sentence structure, you know, punctuation, all this kind of stuff. So, you know, that's what the Chicago style. Like we had to learn this when I was in high school about like the proper way to like formulate sentences, you know, and what all the punctuation marks actually meant if you want to create like an actual document, you know.
Right.
That's all it is.
Exactly. So it basically shows, you know, how they're using this grammatical deception to, you know, get their deceived consent, basically. And that's what we got to recognize. I feel like that's our responsibility, you know, because there's no way to like challenge the government and overthrow the government or anything like that. I don't even want to be considered, you know, on their radar like an enemy of the government, like talking shit on the government. I don't even want to be
They
that.
already know about you.
Yeah, they do. Sure, for sure. But, you know, my point is the way to essentially win in this realm is to learn how to interact with it you know, in a way that's not compromising to your um,
Scott, let me see you cam up before I pull you up. You don't have to stay on. Just make sure you're not
it's real late for me, and I'm not the best at describing this stuff, but you know, without preparing, you know, if I can research, I'm good at researching things and coming up with, you know, the appropriate information to try and support what I'm trying to say. But
Scott, it said device not connected when you flash it on. Sorry. Go ahead, Mitch.
No, you're good. I was just saying it's late and I'm stoned and I'm just babbling basically. So please forgive me, but yeah, I get it. You know, a lot of this soft sit bullshit, it is bullshit, and a lot of it I think is to keep people distracted. And I think the solutions are extremely simple. You know, so all that UCC and all that bullshit, it's all
semantics. People are looking for loopholes by playing games with semantics and where they apply things.
And I don't support that at all. I don't support that. I think if that shit gets in the wrong hands, you see how it gets exploited. You know, maybe there's something to it, but it's just how people. Right. It's just how shitty.
The scope of it, like Wizard, likes to reference law, talk about the law, and then the minute that he gets pressed on, he falls back into God's law, right? Like people aren't going to chase him there. He just met it up a level. You can't prove God doesn't exist, right? But ultimately what it is deceptive about the scale, I suppose, of what you're talking about, what you're really talking about. It's all word games. These motherfuckers played so many word games. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And
word games.
I mean, I'm kind of on decent terms with Wizard right now. It's been, you know, it's been kind of a rigorous.
You're not obligated to shit talk Wizard. I'll do it all myself. Wizard's full of shit.
But I can't help but saying it, you know, essentially what I see his rhetoric doing is essentially doing the same thing that whatever he claims to oppose, you know, it's just going about it his way, you know. I didn't say that very well, but it's basically.
He's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, his name is fucking Word Wizard. Sometimes when people tell you about themselves, you got to listen to them.
Yeah.
And I can't believe it. I mean, who knows? I don't know what ever happened before I showed up. As far as I'm concerned, when I arrive someplace, it's the beginning of that lore. You didn't sleep long.
No, actually, I couldn't go to bed. I guess the gummies I ate earlier had caffeine in them.
Oh.
So, but no, dude. So, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this throws me off so much because.
Hold on.
Yes. Go ahead.
Salute.
Hugs. I'm so tired, but I don't know why I'm still up. But apparently, someone did start a micronation in the United States called Mona Lisa, and their currency is cookie dough. But you can Google it, and it is real, and somehow they avoid paying taxes, my friend.
Is it a real? It's not a recognized.
I will send you a link.
You better. Yes, yes.
Look,
sir.
Churches avoid. You know, it's not hard to avoid paying taxes. Like churches do it.
You have to lie.
Profit.
You have to either lie or not own anything, right? There's no legal way to just be left the fuck alone.
Well, that's, you know, rich people do. That's why they put their property in trust, because so they don't own it. You know,
the trust has to pay taxes still too. That's not how trusts work.
Link sent. Go ahead and double check before you post it. But dude, I heard this once. I was like, this ain't real, and then I remembered. I was like, all right,
bro. I think that you pasted the wrong link. This is your porn. This is Pornhub video.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
Leg shaking or what's that?
not all trusts are subject to taxes. You know, I know trusts are commercial actions, but they're not all subject to taxes.
Located in Nevada, dude. Have fun with it. All
right, and I'm gonna drop this in the main chat so that anybody who cares to look it up can check out leg shaking orgasm compilation.
Yes. Have fun, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good stuff.
And I believe that any trust, not all trusts have income. But if a trust has income into the trust because it's using trust assets, that income is still taxed.
Right, income, which is an interesting word, and we can get deeper on that. But essentially, that's where, you know, it would be helpful to utilize. I don't know the best way to describe this, but like that's what that Cessic KV trust and all that shit's already, you know.
Have you come across one single example where you can clearly see how it was done, where a person successfully...
Christopher Hauser, that's a good one.
Okay, I've got a lot of open tabs now to look at later.
If you go back to his first video, it shows him interacting with it, and essentially how I interpret what he has done for his friend is basically they, you know, don't take my word for it, do your research, but his friend essentially transferred the property that you know, his home, you know, and the land or whatever, into a trust, and so then that way they didn't have to register the deed, and he explains it very clearly. I've never been through the process, so I can't.
It sounds like it would work like the friend set up a trust. He transferred the house into the trust. The trust owns the house. The friend just uses the house.
Right.
And so the trust, though, most trusts operate according to the bylaws of the trust as it was established. I don't think the friend has to pay taxes on it, probably, but he probably can't sell it either.
Probably, but if they do what there's something to this. To me, they use lawful money, you know, which would be gold or silver. So, like, I think a constitutional amount.
Oh, I've
he
seen
mentions
this dude.
21 pieces of silver.
A fraud. This dude's a fucking straight scammer.
How? What's fraudulent about him?
I don't recall what it is. I think it was one of.
No, if I find that out, that's what I want to know. Because what's fraudulent about him? You know, there's nothing fraudulent about him.
Yeah,
he's so open with everything.
No, he's not. It's a grift. Listen to it. Listen to him.
He's not a grift. He refuses to accept money. There's people fucking scamming in his name. You know, it's like there's nothing about him that's fraudulent. He's extremely open and transparent.
I'll have to get back to you with it. I recognize him. I know him. I was subscribed to him. I was all about it too for a minute, and then I listened to. He's very clever with it. I don't remember specifics, but yeah,
it would be interesting. Yeah, you know, he did get in trouble, and he did some time, but he explains it very well, and it all makes sense. I'm not going to try and articulate it, but essentially what I think got him caught up was using the UCC. You know, essentially.
Oh man.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, like I remember. I heard about this guy before, and I think he was on Crow 777 Radio. Him and
possible.
Kurt Kallenbach and some other guys, and there was a big fight between the sovereign people because they were like attacking each other. But this is more of an inside story coming from, you know, Crow 777 Radio, and I think this guy Kallenbach, he did get arrested, right? And he gave people some advice, and things went sideways. I'm not 100% sure on all the details in regards to that. He never got arrested.
I don't think that's accurate either. I don't think Kurt Kallenbach has ever been arrested, and I don't.
He's done prison time.
Christopher has.
Oh yeah, Chris Hauser has.
Yeah, and that's in the Tennessee Superior Court right now. Right. And he's been very open about that case and everything about it. And so, yeah, he definitely.
Does he? He redirects people somewhere, right? Does he have a Telegram group or private?
He had a Telegram group, and that he is no longer associated with, because it got infiltrated, and then for some reason they won't let him shut it down. So. I guess somebody else has the admin or something. I don't know the whole details to that.
Yeah, and I will look back into it now that I've stated.
He talks on all of that, though. He speaks on all that. He's very open and transparent. You could even contact him, and I've had private communications. So if you have any questions or any concerns, I would consider addressing him directly, because there are a lot of people that are, like even scamming using his name and image. And
I think that he's a very good con man. I don't remember why though, so I'll leave it at that.
That doesn't make sense because he doesn't accept any money, and he's very clear and transparent. He's
exactly how I would set up a con. I don't accept any money. Come to my Telegram group. But regardless, I don't remember the details enough, so I'm gonna just leave it at my opinion. But I will look into it and try to refresh my brain.
Well, there were people scamming using his name, and he's called them out. Yeah. And so, and he's warned people, don't ever pay for any of this. He thinks that if you are doing it the right way, you definitely don't need money. And so the thing about Christopher Hauser is he basically eliminates all these gurus like Wizard. And that's why when I mentioned Christopher Hauser to that community, Wizard put out a bunch of fucking bullshit, saying that he was in prison for 20 years and that his way is wrong and all of this and that. And there's a lot of people.
You're going to try to argue me why he's right, and I don't remember why I decided he was wrong. But I'm
not going to say why he's right. I'm just saying I haven't found anything wrong with, and I've looked closely. So if you do, I would be interested for sure. I'm not denying it. But with the American state assemblies, there was a division because what Christopher Hauser is doing is basically he's figuring out how to do the private banking, and so that's what so that's basically they're figuring out the direct access to that Sesta KV trust bullshit, is essentially what they're doing. But the Anna von Reitz what she was doing was she was positioning herself as the fiduciary, basically the trustee for that to administer what was becoming available as people were being able to access this. And so for a lot of people that's appropriate, because they're not going to be able to figure out how to do all the technical details without getting in trouble, so they're better off having someone else do it for them, so that way if something goes wrong they won't be responsible. That's what a trustee would be for. And so that irritated a lot of people that weren't aware, that felt like they could do the private banking and stuff on their own, so they split off. But essentially that doesn't affect the states that are being called into session, that are assembling. The state assemblies basically are all still, they're all still doing their thing, and that's our responsibility. Those are the people, it's like you hear the people of the Constitution don't really exist. That's because the people were converted into 14th Amendment citizens. So that shit's all
fuck. I was muted. I think that people need to refocus on where the Constitution matters, and it's only in the legal sense, like in the legal court laws. People like Constitution is spirituality for people, right? It's where they refer to derive their human value for a lot of people. Maybe not literally, but I think it gets too much important placed upon it. It has specific context where it is very important. That's in U.S. legal law. It's the controlling document, but outside of there, like, it hardly matters.
Right. It's what is intended to, the Constitution. I like to kind of describe it like the Constitution. I don't get my rights from the Constitution, but the Constitution is there as a tool for me, if I know how to utilize it, to hold the government who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution accountable to that. If there's enforcement for the people, but that's where, it's ran amok because, there's there's no enforcement, there's no accountability. That's because the people have failed to do their job. They've gotten lazy. They delegated all their responsibilities. So now we investigate ourselves and we find no wrongdoing. This is essentially how that works.
Scott, welcome. You got anything you want to jump in, or are you just joining the?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, about the law thing, but like, it's funny because like the StreamYard wouldn't let me on. I had to change my. I went from Chrome to like Samsung, or what is it, Samsung or whatever, and I actually came on because, you know, I was, you know, not Cicada. I know him obviously, and I wasn't gonna porn bomb you, but like when it comes to law, though, the thing is about the law is that they have changed it according to modern day law. You know, because law isn't the same as it was back when they wrote the Constitution, right? You know what I'm saying?
What?
The law, today's law, is not the same as when they wrote it.
Right. So if you're seeking protection from that legislation, they can change it at any time, and there's no protection there. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not that they changed it; it's that the people who are enforcing it are not like abiding by the same statutes or laws that they had back then. You know what I'm saying?
Cops break laws all the time.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah. Like mandates. Like a mandate is not a law. You know. So
Well,
therefore,
they'll straight up break. I've bought coke off cops in uniform. Like,
fuck, that's intense.
Well, I mean that makes me laugh because I mean.
It about gave me a heart attack because I was actually going to my buddy's house, and he said, "Oh, chill out. My guy will be here in just any minute. You want a beer?" As I'm sitting there drinking beer, and a cop walks in the front door, and I'm like, "Fuck!" Because I was under 21. I was like, "I'm going to jail for this," because I was sitting there holding a beer, and then no, it turns out he was just there to sell us some blow. So
you were under 21 then?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. One time I was holding like a giant, like, I mean, I don't even know how much, but like, and all of a sudden I heard barking dogs. I'm like, what? And I was in a parking lot at a Chili's actually, and I was like, and then I looked around. I'm like, I saw 5 cop cars, and they're all going to Chili's, where I was like, my girlfriend worked at Chili's, and I'm like holding this giant thing, and just one dog was barking at me, but I'm like, there's 5 cops in there, but one dog barking at me. And I'm like, okay, just put it all away. Just put it all away and just walk away. Like, but literally, I was gonna go to jail forever if the dog was just by itself in the car. You know what I mean? Right next to me. You know what I mean? I didn't think that a bunch of cops just pulled up to a parking lot. You know what I mean? Like,
that would freak me out too. I hate the fucking dog thing. The dog thing is bullshit.
Well, they have triggers, yeah.
Yeah, dogs are bullshit. It's a complete scam to
They're
let
just
them do
triggered,
what they want.
yeah.
My house got raided in 2017, and when I got raided, they blowtorched open the safes I had. They weren't listed on the warrants at all. My gun safes. They used cutting torches and cut them open, and the reason that they said was because the dog hit on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was told that the dog by people who watched the raid happen. I got taken straight to jail. But that they didn't even get the dog out of the car, which I believe they didn't. They were full of shit the whole way through that. But
my point is the dog was just being a dog. It wasn't triggering on anything. But I was just scared because I'm just sitting there in a car, like doing a little, like I was, you know, weighing things out or whatever, you know. And anyway, what's up, FlowState? I never talked to you before, and I know Notch. You know, I never saw Notch. Actually, it's funny because he's been like on camera lately, but you had freaking Monty on, dude. How cool is that? I mean, I don't know if you're old school like me, but like I've been watching freaking Monty forever, dude.
I'd never even heard of Monty until probably a year ago. Yeah, no,
a year ago, bro. Oh wow, bro.
Yeah, I knew about him well before Snafu, but still, that's, you know, he's local to me basically.
But yeah, I mean, Montagraph has like been on like so many truther channels in the past 7-8 years. You know, well, obviously more than that, but like I started watching back in it. So, FlowState, you're like a new kind of truther.
Well, I
like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I guess I I've not been active in truther communities, but I don't think I'm very new to like kind of understanding how the world works.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I've been questioning the world since the '90s. You know what I mean? Like, but I didn't know there was a YouTube community until like 2016 or 15 or something.
So
you
yeah,
know?
to the extent that there's a YouTube truther community, I would say I am new to it.
Yeah.
I don't self-apply the title. Actually, I think it's kind of, I don't know, cringy. It'd be like calling yourself an alpha male. Like I'm an alpha male. I am the truth community. Like the truth community. How?
No,
but I get
agree,
what you're saying. You know, it
titles,
is
titles.
Right.
No, I'm
right.
just wondering. I mean, no, it's cool though. Like I like that. Like you see, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I started watching you maybe 8 months ago or something. But doesn't mean you don't know things. I mean, or whatever.
Oh, sure, for sure. And I do actually have the truth. I just have enough social awareness not to say it out loud.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was cool that Monty was on there and you know, FreedomGrower. I wanted to call in because you know Monty normally does call-ins and he doesn't do like he doesn't go on streams very often.
And I thought it was fucking cool as hell as him. He stayed around for a long ass time. I thought that was cool as hell. So,
but he was being quiet, and I wanted, but then you just let everybody on, which is cool. You know, sometimes it gets a little.
I left. There's more people that I left backstage than it probably seems.
You must have a pretty good internet thing going on because you don't have much lag or like you have probably a newer computer.
I do have a newer computer. It's just a laptop. It's nothing fancy or special, but I've not been thrilled with our internet connection. I'm getting better shit installed on the 26th or something. I got to look and see when that even is.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds smooth sometimes. I mean,
good.
You know, when you got like 9 people on, it gets a little cuckoo sometimes. Anyway, I was just calling in, and you know, Notch is awesome. I've known that guy since, Notch Cicada. I've known you since freaking 6 years ago on Iron Realm Media. You know, you've been around for a while. You know, it's cool to see you your face. He's exactly the way I expected him to. By the way, Notch, you look.
I've been on camera a little bit more lately, but back in the day, I was never on camera for many years. For 4 or 5 years, I was not on camera.
I wasn't either. I didn't want anybody to know my name at all. I mean, or anything, you know, because I remember in the beginning, it's dude, who knows what people are gonna do? Come and try to, bother your life, and you know.
Well, I feel like that's my protection, honestly. If we're talking about this, the more people that know, it's makes me less of a target, honestly. But
yeah,
I'm still weird that.
If you're an honest, truthful person, I don't think you got nothing to worry about when it comes. You know, you're not trying to hurt anyone, and you're fine. You know, that's the way I see it. Telling the truth, dude. How can you get in trouble for telling the truth?
Because we're all manipulatable, and that's there are people out there putting forth some tactics that.
This guy says that's a problem. FlowState is a newbie and stuff. He's still questioning.
Yeah, I guess he thinks that he knows stuff that I don't know.
Dude, it's okay.
So come on, Davis, step the fuck up.
Well, he might have.
No, I love that you're questioning it. I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's great, man, and I love your skepticism.
Thank you, and I applaud the same trait in you. But people like M. Davis, look, there's groupthink in the truth community too. It's amazing how much non-skepticism a community about skeptics can have, right? Just believing that every fucking thing that this is real. The Earth is a flat crater. Well, bro,
a flat crater.
It can be one or the other. It can't be all these things. You can't have not every single community or conspiracy theory that comes across your desk is real. Some of them are just noise put out there to distract your dumbasses.
Yeah, see, even Notch,
that's why. Yeah,
Notch has his own. You know, I don't even believe in religion, but our own beliefs or whatever. Knowing, people say belief is, the opposite of knowing or whatever, or
the enemy. The enemy
of knowing. You know, like Crow 777 says. The thing is, though, dude, it's fine. We can all get along.
Been in court doing what? I've been to court a lot of times, probably more times than most people.
Yeah, I think it's just about conduct. In my experience, yeah, people, have certain beliefs, and then they kind of fall into certain like rabbit holes, and it starts to stick. In their structure is like kind of built on their base belief system, like whether it be Earth being flat or Mandela effect or whatever. But once you kind of get embedded in any one of those categories, you get like very much invested, like emotionally. That's when things go a little bit
That's not
awry.
good. That's
People,
yeah.
like I'm not emotionally invested with flat Earth or Mandela effect. I don't care if it's not true. Then I want to know about it. It's just that like having conversations with people and trying to arrive where we can like logically meet, because there's limitation to how we can like see things. It's just the way we are built. Like we're not robots. We have a lot of combinations that make us the way we are, and though we think that we are like logical, I mean, like the artificial intelligence and computers like basically showing us how illogical we really are. Like with the invention of like the chess computers, like my phone can play better chess than the best chess players in the world already. That was not the case 20 years ago. But when they look at what's going on in the phone, you can trust that it's because it's already proving it.
You know
That's
what's funny?
logic.
I've never played chess. I don't even know how to play chess, but I'm a genius when it comes to like a lot of things. Like tonight we were playing Jeopardy, me and my girlfriend, for no reason. Like we just started like watching Jeopardy again. It's been because I haven't like really watched that much TV, and it's like an old feeling that we used to get like watching Jeopardy. But you know what Jeopardy is? It's a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of like
it's trivia.
literal
It's trivia.
trivia nonsense. Yeah, trivial nonsense. It doesn't mean you're smart. You know what I mean?
You have to have good memory because like whether it be like because it's like the Encyclopedia Britannica, and then there could be a lot of nonsense in there, but if you have a good memory, you can memorize all that and do very well on Jeopardy.
Well, yeah. The thing is, though, I don't read books except for the Bible, and I still know a lot of Jeopardy. Like I just know it it's like the Akashic records or the ether, like whatever you want to call that kind of thing, where you just know something for no reason. Doesn't mean you're smart.
Yeah.
That's the thing about the law thing you guys are talking about. You have to know about the rules. There's rules with the law. When it comes to the law, you can't just walk in
intelligence for sure.
You can't walk into a courtroom and just represent yourself and just to be like, "Hey, I'm innocent." Well,
I'll just go do what makes sense to me, and it'll work out. No, it won't work out if it makes sense to you. You don't set what the rules are. It doesn't matter what you think God is, what you think your rights are, how you feel about something.
Yes,
you got to understand where you're playing ball at. It's not your court.
Exactly. That's what I was calling in actually to talk about, because like it's true. Like you can't just do that. And people think that I can just do that. I'll just go in there and just tell them how I feel about, what's right and wrong. No. There's so much more to it. That's why the lawyers are paid so much money, because they actually start learning it. Yeah, I used to hang out with a bunch of lawyer people, and they thought they were so smart because they knew books. What they read.
But I mean, they are smart when they're informed when it comes to how to handle in court.
Yeah, you've
never heard a single lawyer ever say like, "Look, the law, only God can write law, right? Like man's law isn't even real. Only God can." No, of course not.
No,
You go and say that word wizard shit, you're going to jail. Go straight to jail.
Yep. Yeah, that's what they did, dude. Yeah, I walked in from a judge one time. I saw 5 guys go they violated, and I violated too. But I said, well, what I did was, I didn't know I was doing this, but I said, well, I actually signed up to, go back to I was doing community service. And I looked at the judge and I said, yeah, I signed up for next week as soon as I could. He goes, okay, well, you did, due diligence. I did my due diligence. And he said, sit down. And I said, okay. And I didn't go to jail because I violated, but I actually looked for, I signed up for the next possible, be a slave again, to not violate. And I didn't go to jail. And everyone else was like, what? How did that happen? I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing what the court wants you to do. They want you to follow their rules. It's very simple.
And to internalize it. I think it's very interesting how important remorse is at sentencing. You have to internalize your wrongness.
You're right. It's like repentance or remorse. Yeah, you're right. And the judge notices that, and he or she, whatever, they want you to do that because they want you in their world. They want you to be, to abide by, because they are the God.
You have to buy into the validity of it.
Yeah, they want you to be part of their. It's a system, dude. It's just like life now, dude. The way we're living, pay your taxes, blah blah blah. Like abide by the. Get your freaking. I don't want to say anything, but like a vaccine or whatever bullshit like that. As long as you abide by that, then you'll be fine.
But sorry, I'm nodding, but I was reading the chat. I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just kind of the way it works. Is like most people don't want to, deal with issues. They just kind of keep their head down and
go with the flow. Go with the flow. Yep.
Yeah. Go with the flow. Munch on that grass, and bomb when they're told to, and whatever. It's just kind of the way it is.
Eat the bread, and watch the circus. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how court is, though, too. But it's worse though because you really do have to know about their laws, and I mean they're that's why it's called Black's Law Dictionary. And just go along with it.
Yeah.
But the thing.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, when you wake up to like the conspiracies, which you need to do your own homework on, whether the Earth is flat or not. I'm not here to convince people of that, but like when you start to add all the pieces together, like we didn't get here willy nilly. Like all these, kind of like propaganda or like it's a veil over your eyes. That's been in place for a very long time for people to to control people. Really, they're there to give people a false sense of reality.
The scales over your eyes. I used to talk about it like when you peel off the scales, you keep peeling them off, and everyone's different in different timelines. That's why like someone's saying like FlowState's a newbie. Is he though? Like think about it. 10 years ago, what's the difference between 10 years ago and 10 months ago? Because time isn't real. We all know that, right? Time is a man-made construct, right?
Time's real.
Yes and no.
It's an increment. It's increments.
Yeah, but like time is basically like space and movement. It's like the opposite end of space. So you have time and then you have space, and we measure it. We measure it like with the sun and the moon and all this stuff. But like the way we
measurement of increments, it's just like increments. But
that in itself like is arbitrary. Like the calendars and stuff like that, like the Gregorian and the Julian calendars, they're a little bit,
But that's just how we identify a phenomenon that's outside of are identifying it, right? If the only thing,
for example, being old, what does old mean? You're old, right?
It's relative. It's a relative fixed point. But look, if the only thing that's constant is change, then in a way, time might be the only real thing because what it is it's change.
It's funny. I have a Volcom. Volcom, the company, Volcom, right?
Oh yeah, I know the clothing
Volcom, right? Yeah, and I have a hoodie that says the only constant is change. And it's true though. It's true, right? The only constant which constantly changes is change.
And competition. If Jack or any of the other wishy-washy commies are watching, competition is also a
wishy-washy commies. Yeah, I just don't believe in time because like time is a man-made thing. Like where last week, what does last week mean? Nobody thought about Notch, you know this. Like they didn't have time back in the day like the way we do now is like 9 to 5. What does 9 to 5 mean?
Yeah, in that sense,
nine to
like we don't have, yeah, like time in the sense of like they've like added like Julian or July and August for like Julius and Augustus, or if you
Well,
have 13 months a year, like there's kind of a natural time, I would say, like kind of like the sky clock time, and then the kind of timeline that we follow, because like that's kind of a part of the manipulation of like disrupting our pattern, our rhythm.
I mean, obviously we
But
age,
timing,
right? Time is
yeah,
yes,
we age.
aging,
I mean, we experience
aging
time.
is real, yeah, but time is not real.
Okay, then we don't really understand like what you mean by that. Then, like, how do you mean by like time isn't real?
So 1 second, who equates 1 second, right?
It's
That's up to
1/60th of a minute. Yeah, so you could divide. You could have
yeah,
divided the
exactly,
minute into 100 seconds. So in that sense, it's arbitrary. Yeah, but second does
exactly, yeah,
exist.
man-made. It's a man-made thing, yeah.
the word is
Yeah, but
calling it a
still,
second is man-made. The effects of time as a chronology of events is not man-made. Gary says, can you, if I say how many springs are you as opposed to how old are you, does that make it? I mean, does
Yeah,
that make
right.
it?
Yeah. How many springs or falls or autumns or summers?
yeah. So you don't have to divide a day into 24 hours. You could do 12 hours. Why
Exactly.
not? You
Yeah.
could do 100 hours. It doesn't matter.
Well,
So in that sense,
it's kind
it's
of like what you
arbitrary.
said. Kind of like you said, 13 months. Think about 28 days times 13 months. That's a year.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of
364 days opposed to 365.25 days.
yeah, and it adds because of the sun that goes down. The sun goes not down, but it goes away, and then it goes away for that 3 days. It's coming up soon, actually. December. What's December 21st, right?
The solstice, yeah, the
Yeah,
equinox and the solstice. You have the spring and the summer, or the spring and the fall equinoxes, and the summer and the winter solstices, right? The shortest days and the longest days. So, you're talking
yeah,
about like December 31st to 32nd, when the sun is at the lowest point for 3 days, and then it rises
yep.
after this
Comes,
three
yeah.
days,
It's just
which
like
is the
Jesus.
birth of Jesus Christ.
It's like Jesus went to went to the grave for 3 days, and then the sun, right? Same thing. That's what they
I
say they
wasn't
got
paying
that from.
attention. I was responding to the chat. I wasn't not paying attention. Not because I don't love you, just because I gotta show the chat some love too.
People need love.
Especially when they say
Need
something
love.
wrong.
Human construct, yeah.
Huh? Oh, but yeah, somebody else in the chat mentioned me being a newbie. I suppose in a sense I am. I've had a channel for 3.5 years, so I'm not new in that sense. But for most of its life, it's been inconsistent and rarely live. It's not until just sort of recently I've actually dove into the panel verse.
Just recently, really?
Well, probably. I mean, under a year, probably a yearish. Probably is about how long I've been like.
It's
actively
interesting.
going.
Your channel. Sorry, your
No, go
channel
ahead.
seems interesting that you do let people go ahead and talk. But I'm interested in what FlowState thinks. What's your first name?
Taylor.
Taylor. Okay. Oh, you used to look like a Taylor.
Hmm.
Not a Taylor Swift though.
It's
I'm
all
just
right. You know, I know, I've always obviously I've known more girl Taylors than guy Taylors, and I turned it into a challenge for myself. Sort of put a spin on the boy named Sue, which is Taylor bangs Taylors.
What? Wait, that's weird. No, but you do seem like you seem like you've been doing it for a long time. Like as far as, I mean, you seem like the kind of guy that could be doing it for a while.
Oh, well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean, as far, yeah, I mean, you got a microphone, right?
Oh yeah, actually, this was a gift from. I've had the microphone for quite a while. When I first started doing it, my audio was always the weak part, and nothing pisses people off more than a video with bad audio.
Yeah.
One of my a subscriber bought it for me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a random thing.
Thank you, Andy. By the way, shout out Andy Andrea. I'll drop a link to her shit.
What was your first thing, FlowState, that tailored that made you like want to be like a truther kind of person that into this kind of thing?
I don't know that I never actually intentionally set out to be here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So before I had my channel, I was into personality type stuff, and when I was learning about that, I came across a YouTube channel, and he was doing, and I just joined one of his streams. This was before StreamYard days.
Who was that?
Talking with Famous People is the channel. It's called. Eric Stroud is the guy who owns it. But I joined his, and so I ended up just kind of joining that community on accident, and sort of regularly going on that channel. At some point, like he started hosting panels less, and I wasn't going up there, and so I just made my own. And this channel started out in the type community, and I still do occasionally do a type video here and there, and I still, watch other type channels.
What does that mean? Type? What does type mean?
Personality type theory. You ever taken personality test?
Like Freud, like Sigmund Freud.
It's Carl Jung, who was an associate of Freud. I guess they started out friends, and then they ended up enemies.
So you're in psychiatry and psychology.
It's psychology. Yeah.
That's funny because there was a whole thing about Freud on Jeopardy tonight when I was watching with my girlfriend. It was Celebrity Jeopardy, by the way, which is even worse than regular Jeopardy. But I know a lot about that. Yeah, because I was really interested in psychology back in college.
Yeah, psychology is very interesting. I'm still interested in it, and psychology and economics are kind of two areas of interest for me, and they're the two things I think that are weaponized. People are kept ignorant about these two subjects because they're weaponized against us.
You're right about that. Because that's how they use all the talking heads to psychologically use all of us, or not use, but like affect us to promote, to guide our thought processes. And that's why, you know what I mean?
And the personality type stuff. So when I first learned about this shit, I was a banker at the time, and I managed a branch. I was the branch manager, and I had a staff of women, and I had a marriage that was falling apart, and I had a 2-year-old daughter, and I was fairly young, really, and so I didn't. What I did was it was actually a continuing education course that the bank sent me to. It was like a 3-day seminar, but one of the sessions was the MBTI personality test, and I didn't know what it was. I answered some questions before I went to the thing just because it was required. I had no idea that it was going to be for a personality assessment, and so then at that session, she used me as an example and started telling me about myself just based off my answers, and it was fascinating. And so when I learned more about it, what it did is I was at a point in my life where I was having issues dealing with these fucking women and all their, I just didn't know how to manage people that way. And this gave me sort of a map to, it was like a grid to mathematically understand people. And so I thought that was a very helpful tool.
Yeah, you can do that like through mathematics. Well, that's scientifically figuring out people's minds. Yeah. Well,
and it's sort of pseudoscience, but especially the
is.
MBTI test, is basically just corporate marketing. But it was my introduction to a better understanding of people. And yeah.
When you said economics and psychology, I was thinking marketing, because that's where it leads to. That's where all of that leads to, is marketing. It's true.
Sort of.
I mean, it's weird.
Resources and I mean, if you treat you can treat humans as resources. Economics does, and it is absolutely true in that humans are resources.
And then marketing.
But you have to. But the only way to manage that resource efficiently is through psychology.
And here we are.
And here we are.
And here we are with all the psychology nonsense that they're doing.
So Gary, it's I'll drop the link to it, but it's quite a bit of money. I think it's like $130 just to take it one off. And then so after I quit, just some more lore. I was a banker when I discovered it. When I quit, oh wait, that's the wrong link, I think. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong link. Ignore that link. Well, I mean, it's too late. If you want to take that test, go ahead and take it. It's that one that I dropped is free. It might be a fun intro for people, but it's definitely not accurate. I would not put a lot of faith into that, except for maybe just an introduction point.
Speaking of tests, what's your IQ? You ever taken an IQ test, an actual IQ test?
Not a real one.
It's funny. I took an IQ test a long time ago, and it was like really high. And I took another one, and my girlfriend copied off me. It was like 150. And then I took another one, and it was like 140. And it said, and my girlfriend paid like $50. Like, dude, 50. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I paid $50 for both of us to get an IQ test. And it said, you're as smart as an astronaut. I'm like, what? And it gave you all these lists of all these astronauts and like actors and all these people. I'm like, this is what we paid for? It means nothing, dude. It means you know what an IQ test means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pattern recognition, pretty much.
Right.
It means you recognize patterns and just like kind of nonsense, And I'm like, oh, really? That's what you get. You get to say you have a number, and then you get to say you're as smart as like Buzz Aldrin or something. It was so stupid, dude.
So the MBTI gives you a letter code, and there's 16 different types it can break you down into.
And that's what it does, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 140 and 150. 140, 150 IQ is ridiculously high. I'm not saying that you don't have, but it puts you in the like 99 point.
I know,
like 5 percentile or above.
It's called Mensa. It's called Mensa. Okay, I know that.
Yeah, you got to accept it too. Wow, crazy.
No, it was 152 the first time. I told my friend, I was like, it's mid-level genius. It's called mid-level genius. I'm like, okay.
It's high gifted, right? It's high gifted. There's gifted and highly gifted. Right?
I know it does.
Genius, like,
but the thing is, though, it doesn't really mean anything because, like, I never read a book like all the way through. So, how smart are you?
That doesn't mean anything. It means you've got the raw capacity. You should read a book.
I know. Well, I read the Bible, and I almost read one book one time. Other than that, I just pretty much just like, I
almost read one book one time.
yeah. It was Jurassic Park, I think.
That was actually a really good book. That was How did you not finish that fucking book?
Michael Crichton. I know. I got to the end. I got to I got to the very end, and because I'm like a ADHD,
So am I.
You know what I'm saying? But like, because I'm bored, I get bored by words. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but and so I'm not joking with you. I freaking went to college. I always cheated, or I just learned. I don't know, whatever. It's what I'm saying though is it doesn't mean anything. like a number on
I mean,
a.
it does and it doesn't. Obviously, I mean, like if you have
I
very low
know.
IQ, you're not allowed to even join the army. If like 83 is like the cutoff limit, and if you have high IQ, you cannot even become police because they don't hire
Yeah.
people with
Yep.
above average IQ for
Above
the
90
police
or
department.
80 or no, it's like
100,
yeah.
I think it's like 100 something. 103.
It's
I think
around
was
it's
the
around
number.
90 or 100. Yeah, they don't want you to be smart. Yeah, I know. But
So, I mean, it's just one aspect of intelligence, but it's something that is categorizable. That's the reason why people care about the IQ, and
yeah,
because it
it's
is about pattern recognition, and it has a lot to do with memory. But there's other aspects of IQ that is difficult to categorize, or
what's figuring things
like
out
measure.
is
Like
you can figure out like a problem sometimes. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean it's not nothing though. It's not measuring nothing. It's because what is it? I think that IQ and your how rich your family are the two biggest determiners of whether or not you'll be wealthy.
Yeah. I didn't mean it's nothing. I'm just saying it's not.
Oh,
it
yeah,
doesn't really mean you're like some kind of. You're not above someone.
It doesn't
or
mean that
better
you'll
than-
apply it. I mean,
I've known a lot of smart people that are like that. That have a low IQ.
I think that well, maybe. I mean, I don't know if you've met any that are smart and have a low IQ, not at least the way intelligence is colloquially understood. But it doesn't guarantee success. And I think that actually that giving somebody, especially if they're young, like I think telling a kid that they're a genius sets them up for failure.
Yeah, you should never do that. Yeah, you're right.
And I feel the same way about the personality test shit, by the way. Is like my daughter's 13, I refuse to type her or tell her type, because like first she doesn't care because I'm her dad and who gives a fuck, and she's 13,
Well, you are a banker. You are a banker, bro. I can. What? That's so funny. You're a banker. Like
well,
you
not
have
anymore.
this.
They don't. Banks don't hire felons.
Well, no, I'm saying like you have that mentality. Like you're like yeah. I can see what you're saying. Like don't, dude. You're 13. Like you don't want anybody to be testing you
or telling you who you are, right?
Yeah. Good job. Don't do that, dude. That's not good.
But actually, when I quit banking, I quit the bank because my plan was to move back to the Kansas City area and start selling not the MBTI, but a different sort of personality assessment. I'd been trained in it, yada, yada. And I was letting my daughter finish out the school year where we were at before I moved back. And then I got raided by the police. I don't know if you've seen me enough to know that whole legal drama story that I had.
No, but you kind of said it earlier. But yeah,
right,
I got you. Yeah.
I got raided a few times over a summer on drug charges. And anyways, that got in the way of my plans. I have talked to the owner since then of the company, and he has told me a few times he'll reach out and touch base every now and then and remind me that if I want a job, I have it there. The thing is that it's a sales job. It's commissions only, and I don't. And you're selling big ticket items. You're selling basically a membership for the whole company. I think the lowest entry rate is like it was 5 years ago, like $60,000 per year, right? So it's a big ticket item and it's commissions only. At the time, I had like a pile that I could live off of while I built up a book of business. Now I don't have that right now, but.
Well, I mean, it seems like, yeah, you made mistakes in the past, and that's what I was gonna say too. Is like we were talking about law and stuff. Is like, what are we gonna do next? What's next? What, like as people that realize the truth and want to be promoting, like the way I see all of this stuff on YouTube is like, if we're not trying to promote what to do, like, build a garden like I did in the past couple of years, or learn how to live on your own, what are we doing? Right. You know what I mean? And like is your daughter older than 13 now? Like I have a 17-year-old and he's, like He's 17 now, man.
He's 13 right now.
Yeah, you know, and you want the best for her for the future, right? You know,
I want it to be okay. I want her future to be okay. I don't know if I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course I want the best for her.
Yeah, obviously,
Absolutely.
you know, and just the way I see it is like everything we say and do and how we act and everything like this, and it hopefully will better the future for our children and our, you know, nephews and nieces and everything that we have. Not just us old people, you know what I mean?
Well,
You know,
yeah.
I just like to think about the future for everyone. I guess that's just what's my personality type. I'm a futurist, you know. As far as like, I always look at the future. I don't look at the past that much, you know.
Well, that would be more correlated with extroverted and intuitive than with introverted and sensing. That's extroversion, introversion is one axis, and intuition, sensing is another axis, and I think that leans EN for sure.
Yeah, but so you're telling me that I'm more of an extrovert? I'm not an extrovert. It's funny.
Well, and in this context, extrovert is not synonymous with social.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
Extroversion can be. It's where do you get your energy from? Basically.
Yeah.
Is it the external world or is it your internal world? And
you're right. You're right. I'm more external when it comes to. I want everyone to do well and be happy and make this place a better place, right? So therefore, I'm interested. You're actually making me interested in your little whatever you call these little tests or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and ultimately the test is taking the test is mostly just sort of introduction, at least to the MBTI and things like that. Really, you have to learn it and understand it because the MBTI test is not it's not accurate.
What does that stand for? What does that acronym stand for?
Myers-Briggs Type Indicator.
Okay.
The woman who developed it, her last name was Myers-Briggs.
Okay.
But, it's based off Jungian psychology, Carl Jung.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Jungian. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, like my favorite, I used to sell personality typing assessments. Like it was like $100 or something. I would do a one-on-one with you until, you know.
Oh, like you're like a freaking like the way that because I used to live in Clearwater, Florida. You know those.
I got married in Clearwater.
Really? Wait.
I got married on Clearwater Beach. Yeah. That was so. I got divorced a year later, but
dude, this is really weird because I knew I had some kind of weird connection with you. I used to live in Largo. I went to Largo High School. You know, I know Clearwater because I used to go to the freaking, what do you call them? The freaking, you know, that's where the headquarters for.
My ex-wife worked at the Hard Rock. She was a poolside waitress at the Hard Rock in Tampa.
Oh yeah, my band used to play at the Hard Rock. But no, you know the what are they called? When the not Jehovah's Witnesses, the freaking, what do you call them in Clearwater? The headquarters, huh?
Not the Mormons. Are they the Mormons?
No, what's the name of the people? What's the name of the people in the cult? It's a cult in Clearwater, Florida.
Many cults.
Is it Scientology?
Yeah, Scientology. Yeah, they own. My brain couldn't remember Scientology. Yeah, they own Clearwater. Scientologists own Clearwater.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard, all that shit, dude. Yeah. What do you didn't know that?
No, I had no idea. I wonder if that explains my ex-wife at all.
Dude, wait, are you being serious, dude? Clearwater, Florida is where all the Scientologists. I used to be like, "What are you doing?" They're like walking around, like they're like, "I'm working." I'm like, "What do you?" No, you're being. Yeah, they're pretty much just walking around. Dude, they own like the whole city, dude.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. We got married at Clearwater Beach and we stayed at the hotel there that night. But like I said, she's not from there, but she's from like she lived there for several years when she was working at Hard Rock and stuff. And
okay, so you guys weren't like actually living there.
No, we didn't live there. We went there and got married. She had friends
because it's like a beautiful area. Yeah, right. Okay, I got you. Yeah, no, it's literally all Scientology, and the Shriners have their main headquarters right there too. Yeah, it's a whole thing down there. I moved out of there. I got out of there. I moved to a mountain here in North
Shriners
Carolina.
are the Freemasons, right? The Masons are with the Shriner.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a different. They just have different names for different clubs.
Organization.
Yeah. Yeah, Clearwater is nice, but I mean, it's Florida, and it's a lot of people, and it's a lot of weirdos. So,
when were you a flat earther? When did you become a flat earther, Scott?
Well, I didn't know it was a thing, but I remember in 1996 when I went to college at FSU in Tallahassee, and I took an astronomy class, and they said that satellites were like orbiting around, and I said, what? They said, yeah, they're going the exact same speed as 1,000 miles an hour. I said, no. I said, what? And then, so that was like, 1996. So, and then I started thinking like, okay, are we moving? And I'm like, I don't think so.
So you were a freshman in 1996 at college?
95.
You were a freshman in 95. So you are what, 47 now?
46 and a half. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But like, I was always a truther, even in the 90s. Like I was always friends with, like the alternative crowd or punk rockers. And
did you wear Jinko jeans?
Yes, I did. Yes.
My dog.
I was in a band, dude. I still have my old Jinkos with like checkerboard.
That's probably
which is
the connection that you felt.
Wait, I was in a ska bands and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I was in a ska band. I was a trumpet player and a drummer. I'm a drummer.
That's awesome.
I was in ska bands, yeah, but I was always in the
That's pretty cool.
I was always like that, but I didn't. The thing is, though, I'm like you. Like I didn't know there was a YouTube community until like because I was talking about chemtrails.
Less than Jake, bro.
Yeah, less than Jake. They were from Florida too. But no, I was talking about chemtrails in 2009. So and then I went to a wedding. Well, no, that was after. But like I went to a wedding and I said, "You see that ocean over there? That's all flat." And people freaked out. I almost like ruined the whole wedding. Like for real. Like my friend's wedding. Like 30 people were all not 30, like 15 or 20 or something. We're all like yelling at me. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you guys, it's flat. And that was like in 2011 or something. Or no, it was 2016. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been talking with this for a long time.
I don't push that. Like it's just not.
No, it doesn't get you anywhere.
Fight. It doesn't get you anywhere.
That's why, like, I believe that we should just like don't worry about it and not yell at everyone because like people get mad at you, dude, for real. They're like, you're one of those people. They do. They get mad at you for everything. Like even
the
like
video that I've gotten the most hate for by far is one where I shit on NASA. Bro,
Yeah.
I had people that have never watched my channel before or since coming out. I got posted on Twitter somewhere on like a NASA fanboy page, and these people were just pissed.
Yeah, it's not worth it, dude. It's the way I see it is like, if you know, you know. If you don't worry about it, like just fine. It's like, dude, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna wake your parents up. My parents were like, dude, my mom like started sending me things. I'm like, what are you talking? She's all Christian, and I'm like, how could you be Christian and still believe in the globe? And
I
she's
mentioned
like,
it one time sideways to my mom because she's pretty open. She's sort of on the same wavelength. But I said something kind of. It was like a joke, but not really a joke. About something. We were talking about some rabbit hole, and I said, "Wait till you look into flat Earth," and she was like, "I don't want to talk about it."
Yeah,
okay.
dude. Even like people like they think that they're spraying the skies, right? But then you say the flat Earth, and they're like, no. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? You were a truther until now, and then you start saying, like, why is this such?
Because it undermines the foundation of everything they know. If the globe is a lie, that means everybody's been lying about everything.
Yep, and they can't go that deep. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they just can't. I don't know what it is.
Their globe. like their life depends on it, they just can't handle the truth.
Yep,
That's what
they love their balls, dude. They love their balls. They just do.
Love balls.
For some reason, I don't know. It's like a mental thing. It's like the psychology thing, man. It's true.
Actually, there is a little bit. Yeah. I wanted to push back on that, but there actually is a little bit of psychology to the shape preference thing.
Shape preference. That's a funny.
Actually,
shape preference.
Or the effects, right? Everything has an effect on your mental state, really.
Of course,
and,
yes.
I had somebody ask me once. He drew a square, a circle, and a triangle, and he told me to choose a shape, and I chose a triangle. And what he told me, I said, what did you just glean from that? And he said that it shows my orientation towards structure, and that square people are the most rigid and rule oriented, and circle people are the least rule oriented. And I think that that's probably fairly accurate of me.
Well, dude, go ahead.
No, that's it.
But you know
that's why they said don't be a square, right?
Dude, you know what? That's funny because did you see Glowbusters today? I mean, maybe you did, but dude, what was one of those old Greek, philosopher people, whatever? Yeah, they said that the sphere is the perfect shape. Therefore, Earth must be a sphere because it's the perfect shape. Yeah, and that's what you're alluding to. You know what I'm saying, FlowState?
I mean, in a way, I think that there's just something.
Well, that's why they say perfect circle. They say a perfect circle, but is it a perfect circle? No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can see how it's perfect because a sphere in all directions and everywhere, it has to have a perfect uniformity maintained.
Mm-hmm.
But there is some. I mean, you can look at the words used to describe like a sharp line or a hard edge, right? Like
sharp line. That's an oxymoron.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But a hard edge makes sense, right? Because you're not going to clunk your head on a circle, or that's the point. So just our physical environment, circles are softer than pointy shapes.
Mm-hmm. It just makes me think of straight edge. Remember all the straight edge people? Remember remember all the straight edge kids that wore their X's on their hands to go to the shows? Straight edge.
Because they couldn't
straight edge.
Yeah, the straight edge.
I never knew any of those kids. I was in the opposite group.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, me too. But I had friends that were straight edge, but I was like,
yeah,
oh,
bro,
guess what? I'm not.
Life ruiner, bro. Have heart, bro. 40 strong, man.
It's all clubs.
They love you so much they'll fucking kick your ass. They'll kick your teeth in because they love you so much.
Who said that? Who's saying that?
Warped Tour, bro. 2012.
Yeah, they were hard. Yeah, they were hardcore, but they were straight edge. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because
I'm a straight edge these days.
I mean, it's good to be straight edge, I guess.
I mean, it's good to be mostly clear-headed. I don't know that forming your identity around not doing something is great either.
Yeah, exactly. It's like anti-racist. Like, what? Right. Wait, you guys were like as
anti-racist.
Yeah, they were like more. They were like meaner than the racist people sometimes.
Definitely. Well, I mean,
they're like Antifa.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-racism is still a worldview that is focused. It's race-centric. It's a race-centric worldview.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why it's hilarious. It's ironic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they want to fight. They want to fight as much as the racist people.
Somebody who really wanted to get rid of racism would just stop giving it power. Right. The power there is interpreted. Human perception gives race all the power that it has. It's a real simple way to take it away, and that's not to give it all the fucking power.
Yep. But they do, though. They just give the power by making a new freaking thing to be mad about.
Well, if you call yourself like a group like unapologetic racists, maybe that will be more authentic. No.
I wasn't listening. I'm starting. I just got my first. Oh my god, you guys are still going, which means that Boba Fett fell asleep and then woke up again, and we're still on. Yeah, we're gonna push on. I slept pretty fucking late today. I'm not gonna lie. And oh, you know what? Probably part of the reason why I'm relatively new to this sort of, to a lot of panels is because this is basically the first time where I've been in a spot where I'm not on probation and am also not employed, right? So I don't have anybody to really worry about catching wind of this and hearing me say the wrong thing. I can't get fired. I can't get revoked.
Oh, that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah.
No, yeah, it is a good thing.
But I was gonna say, you don't have to tell me. But what time? What's it called? Eastern Standard Time or
Central?
Yeah, Central. You're in Central. Okay, yeah.
Time zone.
Like yeah, time zone. There you go. Yeah, Central. Yeah, yeah. Because I saw what's his name? FreedomGrower. Yeah, FreedomGrower is in. Oh, he's in Mountain, I think. Right? He's in Denver or Colorado, right?
Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
That
guy's awesome.
From Colorado, it seems like.
Yeah, there's Algorithm, right? You know Algorithm?
No.
He's in Denver.
I do.
Yeah, dude, freaking Mike Algorithm's awesome. He's off YouTube now because he's like
Al Gore had a nice rhythm to him. I agree.
Did you say Al Gore had a nice
another? His YouTube channel is called Algo, ALGO Rhythm, RHYTHEM, and he is Mandela affected, flat earther.
Oh, I was gonna ask FlowState Taylor, what do you think about the Mandela effect?
I hate it.
I love your honesty. I love your honesty. But see, I've gotten in trouble with people. I don't hate it. I think it's a thing. But some of them, I'm like, dude, no, it's just not that. But
it might be a thing. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've looked in a paper Bible, it says tables, not tablets. Like 10 Commandments were written on a table. I don't know how the whole world could have missed that and gotten it wrong. Of course, I have to admit, I didn't ever read it. I mean, I read the Bible once because I went to Catholic school.
Yeah,
but, that was years ago. Like if it said tables, I would have read tablets. And my brain would have corrected the spelling error, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yes.
I hate it because I think that there are things that I cannot explain, such as that.
Mm-hmm.
But you have no way of ever measuring. You can't ground that to reality. You can't figure it out, and you don't know what to do with it. And it does tap into groupthink bad.
Groupthink, yeah. Oh, you know about groupthink, right? I've been talking about groupthink for a long time. Dude, groupthink is a very very powerful thing. Groupthink is one of the worst things. I mean, what did we deal with in the past 3 years? Groupthink. Groupthink is freaking super powerful, dude.
It should be.
Nobody even knows what that means.
It bypasses thinking entirely.
But there is a thing, and people they really get they go through a lot of no, it's definitely.
Hold on. I did not dismiss it entirely as nonsense, Tapella. I said I hate it, and I stand by that. I don't entirely dismiss it as nonsense. I just don't know what the fuck to do with it except for hate it.
That's so funny to me. Yeah. That's funny, honestly. I mean, I don't hate it. I just think it's like kind of a little nonsensical, a little bit, I find it to
Scott,
be.
You're not Mandela affected then. Right?
No, everyone's Mandela affected according to the Mandela affected people.
See, and just that phrase,
you know what I mean?
Just the phrase Mandela affected has a weird cultish connotation. I don't know what it is. It's just the vibe.
It is, of course.
No, well, yeah, in a way it's true because it's a small niche topic and a small group of people. But
see, how are you gonna name this fucking thing after a Maltese dark Jesuit fucking sick bastard? Probably. Some would say allegedly. I don't know.
It's not me.
That was funny. Who said that?
He was a Maltese fucking Jesuit.
Okay,
Yeah.
but yeah,
He
I
wasn't
remember
Knight of
that
Malta,
guy.
so I just don't get how we let this card
You know,
slide. Where
it's funny that most people don't even know who Mandela
Usually,
was.
yeah, but like these terminologies just kind of take a life.
right?
We tried for a couple of years to try to like convince everybody. Oh no, it's the quantum effect. No, we don't like the Mandela effect, but
Oh
everybody
yeah,
just knows it as a Mandela effect. So we just kind of gave up on like trying to label it something different than what people knew. It's trying to like come up with a new coin for because it already took a hold. So nobody knows what the hell you're talking about when you say it's the quantum effect or something else.
yeah.
Reality
They have to.
shifts,
It's a
shit
brand
like
name.
that.
It's a brand name. Yeah,
Brand.
yeah. It's a
It's
I
like
like
brand
flat
the
name.
Earth.
reality
We like
effect is a little better, but
I mean, what it does is like the reason that I hate it so much is it really, really plays on one group dynamics and social dynamics, but two, also people are so suggestible and memory is so flimsy.
Yep. Yeah, memory is flimsy. Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Right.
Yes.
Hey, do you remember what was that girl's
Malleable.
name? What was that girl's name we met at the bar? I think it was Ashley, right? Yeah, it was. Like that sort of shit happens all the time, and the Mandela stuff is always things. It's like sort of minute things, right? Like how do you spell Chick-fil-A? I don't fucking know, but nobody
Dude,
has
you just said
a
there's two
really
things.
strong attached memory to these things that they like cannot let go of, right? It's
Dude,
not. There's no
my
emotional
girlfriend's
context to it.
my girlfriend's name is Ashley, and Chick-fil-A is one of the things that I know about because Chick-fil-A was around me. But like, dude, I told my girlfriend, I'm like, is it Magic Mirror or Mirror Mirror? She's like, it was Mirror Mirror. I'm like, was it? No. And I showed her the thing, and she goes, well, I only saw that like a long time ago. I'm like, yeah, it's like the oldest freaking, Disney cartoon. Think about like what you're doing. You're thinking about like the oldest Disney cartoon ever. You know what I mean? Like that you barely saw, and you're gonna run with it.
What, like,
You're gonna.
Okay, Mandela people definitely hate on non-Mandela people.
I know they do. They do.
I don't myself.
I believe
but
that Notch
I
doesn't.
understand.
Notch is the one non-extremist Mandela person.
Yeah,
Because
and
I
that's how you
understand
should be.
people. I
You should
understand
just be like that.
where people are coming from. I'm excited when people who I don't know who are Mandela affected, and I'm like, oh wow, you're also Mandela affected. Like I met people from Germany and Sweden. I met online, and then we talk about the Mandela effect. That's very
We pray
neat.
to the
But like,
same God.
yeah.
Well, you guys know. I don't know if you guys know, but like Brian Stavely is like he's like my friend, and he's like the most Mandela guy ever. But he's just that's how he is. It's fine. We can all just get along, right? I mean, oh no, that's a Mandela effect too.
Stellar, as some might say.
What's that?
And we call. What did you say?
I didn't hear.
Penny, what did you?
He said
I was saying.
no. I get it. He's the most Manduki dude on the web.
Manduki.
But like,
no, I'm just
not
saying.
the scumbag Ian or We Were Awake TV shout out. But he just did the big long Mandela effect panel, and when you have somebody pull out a sheet of paper and go, okay, now let's list all the ones in Star Wars, right? Like it's like a brainstorming exercise. You shouldn't be brainstorming these sort of things. That completely undermines the integrity of it.
Of reality, yeah.
Like mentally, academically, or whatever.
No, okay, well, but here's the thing, Flo, because I would agree with you on one hand that like if you're gonna have a fresh Mandela effect conversation, you should not lead the witness. I understand that, right? Like don't even mention it. What is your memory, and then just talk about this kind of stuff. But
even just that
Ian,
activity, that super leads the witness.
Yeah, so Ian wanted to create a list, and part of the reason why Brian was there and Moneybags was there is because they're big Mandela effect channels, and like Moneybags made like about 500 Mandela effect changes, and he admitted not all of them are like he regret making few of them. But like on one hand, see, the problem was the structure. I think the problem was the structure. If you want to make a list, then you got to like invite the people who have been like Mandela effect for a while. Then you like have us all talk about that. But then he invited other people who had questions about the Mandela effect. And if you have questions about the Mandela effect, of course, that we have to go into why we think the way we do, and that becomes a different conversation entirely, right?
Yes, that's the thing. It's why do certain people think a certain way because of pop culture, or because of they've heard other things a certain way. You know what I mean? Like mirror, mirror on the wall. I mean, that was because pop culture started saying that.
But well, there's that, but there's also people underestimate the power of suggestibility or social dynamics, right? Like there's tons and tons and tons of studies about who knows, people standing up when a buzzer sounds in a study because all the other people around them stood up and then they sit down when it stopped.
Yeah,
they had no idea why they were doing what they were doing. They just went along with it.
That
people
one
looking at a straight, being told to choose the straight line or the crooked line, and they chose the wrong one because other people chose it. You know what I mean? We just have so much research that people, and particularly with memory, that is not even you can't go back in time.
So
it's so
but here's the thing. Yeah, okay. So that's true on average with normal people, and I don't disagree with you. It's very Pavlovian, right? Okay.
The normal
However,
people. Go ahead.
No, like normal people in terms of everybody, when I mean including myself, whatever, but depending on the study. But when you talk about the Mandela effect, people who are within the Mandela effect community, they are I wouldn't consider them I wouldn't put them in the same category as people who are not Mandela affected. I don't know what the differences are exactly, because I don't want to sound like elitist, or
I was going to
maybe
say
we're
that.
weird.
I think that's it. I think that's the difference.
I don't really consider it. Some people see it and some people don't. It's just like flat Earth. Some people see it and some people don't. We can talk about flat Earth until the cows come home,
Yeah,
and
it's
then
a
you'll be
dichotomy. It's like a dichotomy.
yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's a dichotomy, exactly.
Yes, it is.
So
It
it's
is
not about
weird.
being better or worse. It's not about being better or
No,
whatever.
it's
It's just about
two-sided.
yeah.
I mean, it's not about that, but it is about that. If reality is Mandela and you cannot see it, you are inherently worse.
Bro, I mean, in what way?
You're
In what
inherently
way?
worse.
Bro?
You know
In what way
what
are you
way.
worse?
You know
funny
what
to
way.
me.
You're not confused.
Everybody
No,
thinks
it's
that
just
they know it.
perspective. It's just again, people
I know,
who
but one
are
perspective is right and one perspective is wrong.
no, not according to perspective, because if you can't see it or you don't see it, it's not because you're wrong.
But
It's just that
but he's
We're
right
going
though.
into my
They
truth
do
and your
they
truth.
do think that though, dude. Notch. They do think that you're wrong for not remembering it the way they remember it. It's so weird when you think about it. They're like, no, you have to remember it the way I do.
I think the main point being is that if you were to have a very I would say a kind of a kind, or just kind of just without judgment type of conversation. Yeah, people are going to have different memories. Even within the Mandela effect community, we already accept. Even when I was over at Brian's chat yesterday or a couple days ago, I remember the Bible saying the truth will set you free. I don't remember the truth shall set you free, but everybody else seemed to remember it, and that's fine. I don't get butthurt by that, because I say, okay, that's your memory, and I must have gotten the download, and they could be right about that, but we understand that people are going to have different memories, even though we agree, quote unquote, that there is a Mandela effect, right? But what
I was
you
muted.
guys are
But only
what
one
you guys
of them
are
is
having
right.
no. Well, I mean, the majority usually, actually, within the Mandela effect community. That's kind of how it works. It's
I
a
mean,
little
right,
bit democratic
exactly.
in that way.
If we're both remembering the same incident different ways, one of us is right. There's only one right answer.
We could both be wrong. That's also possible.
They could both be wrong, but only one can be right.
Yes, that's
So
true. Dude, Notch, that's funny.
If you're
We
a
can both be
Mandela
wrong,
person,
but there can only be one right.
Claiming rightness. You're claiming rightness. It's exactly the same as when I got mad at Sophia because she said whatever that Bible verse was about how Satan will deceive some people. Right? She wasn't talking about herself. She was talking about us. Satan deceived people. It's not explicitly elitist, but it is absolutely implied.
Okay, and maybe I don't disagree with you about that, but would you imply that she had bad intentions when she was sharing that? Like you seeing what you're seeing,
I
but like
don't.
knowing who
Right.
she is.
I
what I
don't
mean?
think that she had intentional nor specific bad intentions. I do think that it was a hubristic claim, and that she was, maybe without realizing it, but she was definitely presenting herself as better than you.
Yeah, but it's subconscious. But like that's more forgive. Like if somebody's consciously doing that and being I don't know, a dickhead or a cunt about it, then obviously
they do that then.
You can feel a certain way about it. But like if it's like I'm always trying to see from the perspective of the other. I'm at least from where I stand, and I see that they don't see it.
Not
Even
everyone
though I
does
know.
that. Not everyone does that. You know.
I
That's the
agree.
thing, it's
I agree.
realized.
And so there's not much I can do about what other people do.
Yeah.
Yes, I can only do whatever I can do to share my perspective of the matter. But it is what it is. What to do?
Sometimes that's
And
what
Brian,
happens.
of course, he's been a Mandela effect like content creator for a long time, and he's been denied because like he talked with like Jaren and other people who are also flat earthers, and they have like a huge channel, like 50,000 people plus for like number of followers, and he's gotten kind of derailed, or like maybe not, that's not the right word, but basically they don't believe that he is speaking objective reality. And I guess he feels frustrated about that, but I can't speak for him, obviously.
Yeah, he does. He does sometimes, but it's not like, I mean, they're just kind of in separate camps, but they're all friends still. I mean, he lives with Karen B, and he and he's friends with all the Glowbusters and all the people that Jaren, and that's the thing. Like we should all be friends. Like it's fine. We just can agree to disagree, I guess.
Some of these motherfuckers I won't be friends with.
Oh, FlowState, you're
well,
funny.
That's not a problem. There are other Mandela affected people I'm not friends with. Like just the way they are and whatever. And so I mean, it just because you're a flat earther, that doesn't mean I'm automatically going to be your friend. Something to talk about, I suppose. But I mean, you're not friends with somebody based on these criteria. At least not in my book.
Well, I mean, it was nice to talk to you guys, and it is nice to talk to you guys, and it's cool. Like Notch, I've known this guy was a cool dude, and FlowState, Taylor, you seem like, I mean, you actually seem cooler than I thought you were.
Well, I appreciate that compliment. I just want to remind everybody watching that I'm actually cool as fuck. I'm I'm basically the coolest. I don't know if you guys can think of anybody cooler than me. I can't off the top of my head. There might be somebody, but I can't think of them right now. But no, I appreciate it. Are you?
I think Jesus Christ would have been pretty cool.
Jesus, see, but he
is all right. Even though he's not Mandela affected.
I mean, at the risk of getting struck down by lightning, he did lose. He died. I've made it 3 years past him already. So,
oh wait, you're done.
You're
only 39. You're only 39.
6.
Only what? Oh, 30. Oh,
with 150
my bad.
I'm really close. No, you're good. You're good. I've got a lot of gray in my beard, and it's long. But yeah, no, I'm almost 37. That's coming up real quick.
Well, you're young, dude. 46, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, I mentioned in the chat earlier that like there's a lot of you old fuckers here, a lot of boomers.
Yeah. Boomers? Yeah.
all of us like 40-year-olds. We're all a bunch of 40-year-olds over here.
Dude, I've been a boomer since I was like 5. So.
Really? Oh yeah. I mean, I guess that is how generations.
Yeah, I always felt old. I always felt old when I was young. I'm like, you guys are all retards. Like, whatever.
I remember the first I don't remember how old I was, but at some point, like, I was probably in middle school.
Yeah, where do you?
Go ahead. I was gonna say something that's nothing, really, honestly. So go ahead.
No, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I was just gonna say I remember the first time that I realized.
I just realized.
You go.
You guys all
I just realized
realizing?
where I think I see you all the time.
Who?
God damn it.
Who?
Jesus Criminy.
Scott Level Realm? Yeah, on Ray's channel. What are you talking about?
Penio, who are
Okay.
you talking
Yeah,
about?
you.
Flo
Yeah,
or-
my bad. I
or
got a
Scott?
delay, dude. I got a mean delay.
Me too,
Yeah, I was just
man. It's
asking if
terrible.
you're. Are you always at Boston Ray's channel?
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Who's talking?
Yeah.
Scott, are
That's
you always at
Penio.
Boston Ray's channel?
Penio,
Yeah, Boston Ray is my friend. Yeah, why? What about it?
Pineal Power, bro.
What?
Okay. No, I know I've seen you in a lot of chats. Probably Stavely's too, and
He just realized where
around,
he
I'm
saw you
sure.
from. It was just a light bulb moment.
Stavely and
Okay, that's fun.
Ray
That's
and
fun.
probably
But anyway, so go ahead, Taylor. What were you saying? You were saying something.
All I was gonna say is that I don't remember why I was even gonna say it, but I was just you know, the moment when you're in middle school and you realize that like girls who are sluts now just turn in, you know, because at some point, I don't know, it seemed like, well, slutty girl, you know, kids turn into adults, but at some point I realized like, oh, these little slutty girls now are sluts their whole lives. They turn into adult sluts. I don't know. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, that was a bad joke. Badoom.
It wasn't a joke, even. It was like it really happened.
Well, that's the joke.
Boston Ray is Mandela affected though, Scott, right? I mean, he's
Yeah.
Mandela affected.
Dude, who's talking now?
Notch.
Yeah. I've been on Boston Ray's channel, and I was trying to say that like I don't remember like certain things the way that everyone else does, and people just jumped on me like you know, whatever. I'm not gonna name names, but like
name names.
No.
Come on.
Well, it's funny because
I'm just
it's funny
talking shit because I'm just being an obnoxious person.
Oh, doesn't even know them.
I don't even know them. I'm just stirring the pot.
No, you know Voynich. Voynich was like, and you know NDB Notice Fairbear, which is funny because Notice Fairbear is my friend now, but like back in the day when I was just like trying to, like the way that you're saying Free State, Taylor, like you know, like dude, it's just a lot of it's misremembering or just you know societal. It's society making your brain think certain things because of commercials, cartoons, freaking like Kit Kat bars. Like who cares about that shit, right? And then they just jump on you, and the thing is, though, I don't care. Like, bullshit.
All right.
Yeah, I don't care though.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this short? Just threw up on screen.
I don't see shorts. I don't watch shorts.
Okay, I got you. Check this out.
He's a perfect match to every single criteria on the DSM.
Fucking kidding me, FlowState. You know what? I always thought you were fucking cool, and I always thought you were actually
I am
smart.
fucking cool.
You're not fucking
Wow.
for what they are, man.
That's why I'm asking you what they are.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Okay, first of all, can we establish that I am cool?
What does cool mean? What does cool? It depends on what cool means, though.
I mean,
that's a real person that was flipping out on you.
Yeah, there's a
wow.
Oh yeah, the whole
Wow.
thing is that was just a little clip out of like a 10.5 minute.
Yeah. I mean, so
I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who's interested. But
is that why you have 2,022 subs or something?
Because of that? No.
No, I'm just joking, dude. I just saw somebody was saying that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you people like get 2,000 subs. What did you do? Did you sell your soul to the
buy them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, but I don't think you bought them. Did you? Banker?
No,
you were a banker though.
I was a banker. But
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
I'm way too arrogant to
narcissistic.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work for me. I don't wear fake jewelry. I don't buy fake subs.
Oh, it's all real. It's all real diamonds.
All real diamonds.
I don't know, man. Anyway, you guys
Diamonds
are funny.
forever.
Oh, they're all forever, aren't they? From
I
volcanoes.
just dropped the link
yeah.
in the main chat to the longer version of that little interaction. If anybody's interested for it, it's
So since I'm talking to a couple smart people, I don't know the other people, but what do you guys think about volcanoes? You think super volcanoes are gonna kill you?
I think they're just
He's
God's
a smart
spawn,
guy.
right?
Do-do-do-do-do.
Volcanoes
what
are
was
just
that?
God's bong, and they erupt when God coughs into the bong stem and blows it back.
Oh, I kind of like your little story. That was pretty funny, to be honest with you, because I've seen a friend of mine blow into a bong one time. I'm like, no, dude, you don't blow into it, you freaking retard. Like, yeah, he blew into a bong. I'm like, now I have freaking bong shit all over my
There
freaking
goes
floor.
the bowl. There goes the bowl.
Yeah, there goes everything. You are dumb. And that really happened one time. But he had a kid that, you know, has what do you call it? Like major, whatever you call it,
Like
autism
autism or what?
hmm Yeah, and I felt really bad because the guy freaking had to deal with his kid. He was, oh, long story. I mean, that's a long story, but yeah, volcanoes are fake, dude. The super volcano thing blowing up and killing everyone, and just like nuclear bombs, same thing. It's kind of a thing I've been talking about for many years. People are like, "What? What does that mean?" Well, yeah, they're lying to you about pretty much everything.
Yeah, I don't have it. I have actually no alternative.
Hey, speaking of autism, do you know what a memesberg is by any chance?
Who are you asking?
God damn this delay, dude. Fuck.
Yeah,
this
what are you saying?
fucking
Memes for meme?
Scott.
Okay, yeah. My name is Scott.
Are you
yes.
familiar with autism and memesbergs? Are you familiar with a memesberg?
No, explain what that means. Wait for it. I know that autism didn't happen until maybe like the mid 80s.
I think he's meme-spurging you.
Okay, am I supposed to care about that? I'm on a phone. Oh yeah, it looks like.
Well, I mean, they could be funny if
It's
it's
funny.
like
I'm sure it's funny to someone out there. Yeah, someone out there is laughing.
Oh, I was zoning out in the chats.
Or having a seizure, possibly. Hopefully, no one's having a seizure. I don't want to, you know.
Well, I was gonna say, dude, why would you want to give someone a seizure, dude? With flashing lights. Oh, that's everything. Okay. That's everything you guys watch on.
Look Within confirms that they're laughing. I'm
Oh, they're
laughing.
laughing.
I'm laughing at Jonathan's comment here.
All right, I did something.
You did a thing.
I'm not completely
Richard
useless,
Madsen.
you know.
Richard, I haven't seen you on these YouTube streets in a while. You been doing stuff? Let me check out. Maybe I just haven't been getting informed by YouTube.
So Scott, do you still hang out over at Iron Realm Media? You go to the
Hang
Flat
out?
Earth channels usually?
Yeah, dude. That's my favorite channel, actually.
What did you say it was, FlowState?
I like Josh and Walt.
FlowState doesn't want people to talk about other channels. They don't. He doesn't want us to
my bad.
advertise.
Well, you asked.
Oh no, I actually didn't hear.
No,
I don't care unless it's like somebody I don't like.
Dude, they're the best. Dude, you can't
You
not
don't even
like
know
them.
these people. You don't even know these people.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
they're
he
good
does-
people.
wait,
It's Zach,
FlowState,
Zach,
dude, are you
Walt,
serious?
Josh.
I actually did not hear who you said, but real quick,
Taylor,
thank you,
you
Celia, for the super sticker. I forgot to mention that earlier. I got a super thanks on one of my shorts from Celia. So thank you if you're here.
Cecilia.
Yeah, dude. Iron Realm Media is like the best unknown channel.
Who started singing Celia or Cecilia?
I did.
I love that song.
It's a good song.
Speaking of motherfuckers like
What do you guys think? Can you have too many salt lamps? Because
I don't even know what a salt lamp is.
I have like 15 of them.
Himalayan
oh yeah,
salt lamp. Himalayan
lamps
salt
every-
lamps.
Oh yeah, you probably
yeah,
can.
yeah. You should have them all around you because you know what they do? They ionize the air. It's all about ionization.
Cigarette smoke does too.
Oh yeah, it's really good for you. It really helps you. Actually, if you roll your own, but I don't do that anymore.
Earth to Cage. Cage, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
What up, baby? Did you guys see the video I uploaded with Cage's face?
Fucking goddamn it, FlowState.
You knew that I was going to do that. You had to know that.
I knew it was a possibility. I didn't know you were going to do it for sure.
You didn't see that coming the minute I said you look like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. You didn't see that coming.
Once you said that, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a clip. Fucking guy. That's why I don't go on camera, because the first time I do, people clip me and shit.
I mean, it's too late now. It's out, kind of like Sherelle Snow up here saying she didn't want to unprivate video that she then played publicly on my live stream, so it's public now, anyways.
Oh, there you go. It's all right, buddy.
I'm gonna drop the link to if anybody missed the video I did with Cage and his beautiful face and his doppelganger. Oh, and Mitch is up here too. It's like the whole doppelganger crowd. Anyways, check it out. You'll learn that many of us on these YouTube streets, we're not really who we pretend to be. We're actually famous celebrities incognito in the slums down here with you street filth. Cage is actually Ricky. Cage, show the people. Show the people what you look like, Ricky.
Go hit the link.
All right, he's shy. He doesn't want to sign. He will not sign your fucking autographs. Cage, I'm sorry. I'll keep the. You people need to leave Cage alone. He doesn't want to say hi to you every time he goes to McDonald's or gets gas for his car.
We're gonna have to put the pierogi gate to rest and replace it with actual cage gate.
The cage gate.
Look, Sean, you are autistic with those numbers. You catch it all every time. He did catch that at 2:22 a.m. I had 2.2 thousand subscribers.
Yeah,
which was
I
a good
saw
catch.
that. Every stream he catches something.
You actually hit
Every
it like
stream
right at that. That's when I noticed it at that moment.
Yeah, Pineal's always on it.
He's got a touch of the
We're in the
tism, I think.
Matrix, brothers and sisters. It's a simulation.
I bet Smith is jealous of your number prowess.
Pierogi Gate is never going to rest. No one's ever going to forget about Pierogi Gate, dude.
I was just about to ask, what was Pierogi get again?
Oh, Cynthia or something. I showed a bag of frozen pierogies because Lou has this joke. There's this joke with Lou that his he used to eat his daughter's frozen pierogies straight out the freezer. So like I pulled out a bag of frozen pierogies and Cynthia. It was like the day before, so Cynthia was telling everybody I like flashed or exposed myself on camera or something. There's a bag of pierogies. There's a bag
of pierogies, huh? Likely story. Likely story.
Yeah, but there's a whole debacle.
She thought that Cage had porn bombed,
She probably thought it was his nutsack, huh?
Yeah, but it ended up being. So
no, I remember Pierogi Gate. I guess I didn't know the inside joke about Lou. Pierogies aren't even very good. I don't get it.
Oh yeah, that's why I showed them on camera. I forget how it came up, and I'm like, "Hey, Lou, I got pierogies too." And, I pulled them up. It's Pierogi Gate, bud.
It depends on how you prepare them. That's always the case, right? With anything.
I boil them and fry them personally.
There you go.
The people want to see Cage's
What the fuck
nuts.
did pierogies do to you, man? Honestly, for you to be able to even say that, dude.
Cage, will Cage, can you come up real quick and if Look Within super chats $5, can you go ahead and show Look Within the pierogies again? You know, not pierogies.
I still have them. I still have them in there for sentimental.
Oh, I know they're attached to you. I'm talking about the real that those real potato pierogies or whatever, you know, with the real noodles.
Yeah, we can work something out.
All right. $5, Look Within, and I'll sell Cage to you for I don't care the whole night if you want him.
That's all I'm worth is $5. God damn it! I thought it was worth at least $7.
And you got to start somewhere. $5 is not too bad.
For a limited time only, the next person to buy a membership gets Cage. That's $1. You get Cage.
Hey, you got to start.
You can do whatever you want with him.
Half Polish, that's our potatoes to the Irish? I'm not following. Do Polish people eat pierogies? I thought it was a Canadian thing.
No, it's a Polish thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a Polish thing.
I did not know that.
Originally.
It seems like only Canadians eat them. Right?
They like poutine. They like this fries with gravy and cheese. That's their go-to right there.
Disco fries. Oh man.
Speaking of man pierogies, look at this nutsack.
Fucking disco fries.
What's going on? What's going on, people? How we doing?
Man, we're up late or early, depending on who you're talking to.
It's been like 9 hours almost. Flo and I've been here. I think we were. I was the first one.
Yeah, Notch, you were. This will be your. You know, there's that one where I went to sleep for most of the stream, and that was I consider that really kind of M's stream because she held it down the whole time. She's the first one in, last one out.
Yeah.
This is the Notch stream. So when I wrap it up, Notch, you can't go anywhere. I'm not shutting it down yet, but get a little closer, and you'll get the last word.
Wait, I might go eat dinner though, but I'll be here.
Okay, just as long as you're eating with us.
Yeah, you guys been on for a long time. I just got up like an hour ago. I'm up for the day.
Yeah, Talcott Express, explain yourself. I thought I blocked you anyways.
Oh shit.
Anyways, maybe it was somebody else. Or maybe I unblocked him. I don't really leave people blocked for very long, except for Rob G. Rob G can suck a dick forever.
You mod Gordon like Tommy now, huh? You mod Gordon like Tommy.
Nobody mod gods like Tommy does. He's such a tyrant with that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. I think I'm blocked for eternity.
Yeah, me too. And for a long ass time, he was telling me I wasn't blocked. He's like, "Oh no, I don't know how to do it." But bro, shut the fuck up. Yes, you do.
Yeah, yeah. I'm out of there.
Did you hear me get into it with him on where was that? On Benton's. It was on Benton's channel.
I've caught a tailwind of that. Yeah, yeah. Yes, indeed. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. Because do you know what? I think he even flexed his powers on you over there, right? The mod.
Oh
god.
yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah. You was out of there for a hot second. For a few seconds, you was out of there. Then he brought you back up just to show you his powers.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it had nothing to do with anything. He's like, just to let you know, I don't need to do this, and put me in back, and then pull me back up just to show that he didn't need to mod me. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? That had nothing to do with the topic. That had nothing to do with the point I just made. You just flexed on me while saying you're not going to flex on me because you were flexing.
Yeah. Wow. That is the prize for the hypocrite.
Tommy doesn't really like me because he was on stream one day with a submachine gun. And he flagged himself in the face with it, and I pointed that out. And he still holds that against you.
Uh-oh.
He flagged himself with a fucking submachine gun. Like, what the fuck? Who gave you a weapon, bro? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I just unblocked him too. By the way, somebody paid to have him released earlier, and I forgot about it, but he is off of the list now. Who was that? I don't remember who that was, but he'll be back on in no time. That was
what? So people can pay to get people taken off the list. Incredible.
I mean, I don't have like a policy of that. Pineal Power, stop mimicking other people's shit. It was Chris. Chris paid to have Tommy released from jail. And
he paid his bond.
Yeah, I had not. He had not set bond, but you can bribe me. You know, everything's got a price.
Hey, do you know what's wild though, Flo? I heard EBT, I think it was yesterday, he said something like you can block people on StreamYard. Is that true? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't care though. It's a cop out excuse either way.
Yeah, you can ban him from studio.
I mean, but you can when you're in the StreamYard, when you're in StreamYard and you hide somebody over in the chat box, it goes through YouTube. I don't know if StreamYard has separate blocking capacities, but either way, he's full of shit.
They do. It does. You can block them. You can block their email from StreamYard or directly on StreamYard.
Look within. It's obnoxious. I kick who I want. Don't whine at me. He's back now.
Did I miss something? I can't.
Oh,
I'm on
yeah.
the StreamYard.
I said, because Sean had Benton's picture up, and I told him, I said, don't mimic people. And then he changed it to Tommy's picture. So I dropped him backstage. And then I pulled him right back up the minute that he stopped doing that shit.
Hold on.
I guess
wait,
technically,
let me get this.
Yeah,
Did you
I
say
actually made it
you
worse.
put him backstage because
I was
Tommy's
actually
picture?
impersonating Woody Harrelson at first. So.
Hey Flo, did you just say you put him backstage because he had Tommy's
Well,
picture?
Tommy, yeah, that's actually Tommy. You know.
I can't even see the pictures. I'm in the.
Yeah, no, it was just a little avatar.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just annoying. It tripped me up for like a split second while I was overlooking a different screen. I'm like, wait a second. So yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. This is not a democracy. None of you motherfuckers have rights here. I will be a tyrant. I will be a tyrant at my own whim. I don't even need a reason. JG. That's why JG didn't get to come up at all earlier. He was backstage for fucking ever because dude's annoying. That's it. Full stop. JG is annoying. He didn't get to come up.
It's a dictatorship. Fuck it.
Yeah, true. It is true. I dictate what happens here.
Hey, Mr. Cage, I know where Flo stands with the Mandela effect. Where do you stand with the Mandela effect? I don't think I've heard you speak on it. I'm on the fence.
Well, I personally I don't really pay attention to most of these examples, so I couldn't really. But yeah, I think it exists, and I think it has to do with electromagnetic fields and how memory consolidation works through the mind, through the hippocampus. And within the brain, there's something called magnetozones, which are chains of magnetite that respond to specific magnetic frequencies, like EMFs, non-native EMFs, even like ones that are being generated. And I think that could have an effect on what people believe reality is. Because now we're going to get into like what is reality and how is it formulated, right? So yeah, like I'm sure there is a way to fucking alter consciousness, like at a base level. I think some kind of that nonsense is going on for sure. Yeah.
I mean, some of the claims that people are making out here, Cage, do you think they're outrageous, or do you think they could be onto something?
Most people can't even remember what they had for dinner a couple of days ago, so memories are very unreliable.
Yeah. Interesting.
Some things you'll remember forever, though, like where you were when 9/11 happened, the first time you touched a vagina.
Yeah, key moments, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's wild though, Flo. I mean, what is what is most people saying about this 9/11 thing now, Flo? The 9/11, are they saying it never happened or it happened?
I think most people are saying it happened, but like not the way it was said to have happened. But I think it's pretty much, yeah. I don't know hardly anybody that's denying it at all.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't deny it all. I would never deny that actually those buildings were, yeah.
Well, that's real, obviously, but the issue is, was it a demolition? Was it who actually did it, really?
Well, I mean, it could have been a plane if you can throw an empty aluminum can through a brick wall.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mandela effect thing. Yeah, just a name for it, right? It could be some sort of quantum entanglement, some sort of how nature. Like I said, I think it has to do something with the hippocampus and how memory consolidation is created. Because if you alter that, then you alter reality. Because does anything really exist outside of right now, or is that just like a memory? Gets deep.
Yeah, memory is very fragile. Memory is very fragile. So most of these claims that people are running around talking about, I'm just remembering that I've got a piece of fragile rolling around in my head. You know, it's just, I mean, some of the claims that I've heard people speak about, I'm like, I don't really want to entertain that, because it's kind of exposing that, you know, that I was just soaking up everything when I was young, you know, and I kind of feel like that's the wrong way to go. I don't want to like lead on that I was showing them that I was watching every single thing, you know. That's why I haven't addressed some of the thing that people address. I'm like, nah, I'm too embarrassed to say I was even watching that or even seeing that. I don't even entertain all of the things that I've heard out there. Like I think I said before, I would rather a big piece of the puzzle, you know, something that everyone can stand on and say, yep, definitely this is a big one, let's rock with this. Mostly people will see where we're coming from now. If not, but I don't know, man. Some of the things that I've seen people bring to the table, I'm like, I don't know. It's a bit of reaching.
Well, it's bias, right? Because a lot of the time people just put whatever they can to fit their narrative, like even, you know, trying to make connections and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, look, for the past 3 to 4 days, Cage, right? Everyone's been on a Mandela spree, and no one's won me over yet. Like I've seen different people do their Mandela streams, and I'm not like, wow, oh yes, I'm convinced now. You understand? I'm still like, come on, guys, man. I want to be a believer.
It's too fucking contaminated. It's exactly the same with like opinions and desires and groupthink. It's got all exactly the same problems as God, right? Can you prove it doesn't exist? No. Can you prove it does exist? No. Do people feel more conviction in it when they're surrounded by other people and everyone's cheering them on? For sure. Didn't you feel God during the church service this morning? Oh, I felt God. Oh man, it was so powerful.
Yeah, it's almost like that, Flo. You're not wrong. It's almost like that. Yeah.
And I think the general population is in a state of mass hypnosis anyways, really.
They are. I actually had a hypnotist tell me that he said 1 in 3 people are walking around in hypnotic states at any given time.
Yeah, you can learn these techniques. You can do an hypnotic induction through words.
I know, Cage. I'm well aware that you try to NLP us on the regular.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yeah, and I'm well aware of that guilty ass laugh.
I actually don't though. Like, you'd be able to tell if I was. Like, it's why would I even benefit out of that?
My digital twin would never say that about me. Yeah, I know. It might have been a generous estimate, but
Can I use beamforming 5G technology on you, brother?
Who the fuck's that? Hey, that's Pioneer. What's going on in Pioneer? I ain't seen this dude forever. What cave you crawl out of, Pioneer?
yeah. Where'd it go? There. I've been told I'm one of them. I haven't had many people try, but I did get on stage at a comedy
man.
show.
It's been a little minute.
It was a hypnotist comedy show. Goddamn, Pineal, your fucking delay is like it's like 4 minutes long. It's the longest fucking delay of anybody ever.
I heard him reply to my wow, that's a long delay, Pioneer.
It's nuts. Nobody living on any part of the globe has a delay as long as Pineal's.
That's
crazy. Oh man.
But anyways, yeah. So there's a hypnotist comedy show at the comedy club, and so a bunch of us went, and I was one of the people that got on stage. You know, I don't know if you've been to them. They bring a bunch of people from the audience on stage, and then he starts hypnotizing the group, and then eliminates one, and then keeps going, eliminates one, and it gets down to like the final, I think 3 or 4, and they were just going fucking nuts, doing everything he said. It was wild. It was a great show, but I was the first one kicked off stage, and I shook his hand afterwards and asked him why, kind of, you know, like, you kicked me off first, what's up? And he said that basically not everybody can be hypnotized, and that's what he's doing. He's kicking off the people who aren't either can't be or are not very. So
getting kicked off stage, Flo.
yes, but I didn't get kicked out of the club. Actually, funnily enough, one of my buddies who went with us, he was visiting in town. He was not from town. He was, he was not the last one on stage, or one of the last ones, but he was like one of the very last ones to get kicked off. And he was pretty fucking hypnotized when he got kicked off and drunk. And he got kicked out of the bar or the club that we were at because he was peeing on the balcony, the smoker's balcony at the club. And so they kicked him out, and he's drunk, hypnotized in a strange city he'd never been to. He managed to find his way back to my place.
Wow. That's classic. That's classic. I mean, you know another thing though, Flo, the Mandela effect is not really well, in my opinion, right, Flo, what I've seen with the Mandela effect, it's not even like a big thing offline. I don't really see much people talking about it offline. It's only just online. Is anybody else noticing that, or is it just me?
Well, I mean, I've noticed it, but that's the only place I ever talk to people about things like this. I mean, that's not true. No, I don't know. It's sort of got a niche.
And I mean, me in the real world, whenever I brought it up to people, they're like, "What's that?" But then when I mentioned the Mandela, dying, they're like, "Yeah, I think I remember that." But anything else, no one outside of the internet that I come across seem to even realize what it is.
Yeah, well, apparently they need to go to Brian's channel.
Yeah.
Which I don't really know Brian well. I mean, I've never, on Ian's the other night was the first time I ever interacted with him. But I must say, the interactions we did have, I was not impressed with his emotional maturity.
Well, I mean, I kind of hear what you're saying. That guy, what's that guy's name who came on and they kicked him off and they said he trolls everywhere? Is it not EBT, the other one? Toilet Bowl.
Toilet Bowl? Yeah, Toilet Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, no, they're not even in the same league. Toilet Bowl Earth is garbage. Like, Brian, I don't really know Brian, but Toilet Bowl Earth is garbage.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, Flo, I did want to hear some of his pushback, just like you, right? Sometimes, Flo, you've always got pushback for people. I like to hear the pushback, but I mean, like you said, some people may have been a bit too sensitive.
Yeah, specifically what I'm referring to is like there was a number of times in a row where somebody would ask a question and he'd go, blah, blah, blah. We've already covered that. And it's like, what do you mean you've already covered it? Like, and he's referring to his videos, his own videos from like a while back. It's like, well, if you've already been talking about this for years, why the fuck are you on the panel with people asking questions who clearly don't know about it?
Yeah, to be honest, Flo, I wanted to just hear from him and Moneybags because they were the only ones that seemed to be doing it within depth and for many years.
Yeah.
So it would
I've
make
never
sense
heard
if
of
we heard.
Moneybags.
Me too. First time. He seemed pretty cool. Seemed like a cool guy. But they had all of the how would you call it, Flo? Is it residue you call it over there?
I guess that's what they call. I don't know that I'm overware. I call it afterbirth.
Oh, Flo, man. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh, I need to 420 quick.
It's 420 if you got it.
Yeah, if you got that. Oh, God.
Oh shit! I forgot to ask. Who's that guy here, Scott? After every show, I put the names of the people who joined the panel in the description box of the stream. Scott, I did not catch if you had a channel. If you're still here, let me know. And I think everybody else here, I've got your channels. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Have any of you
Mr.
guys ever
Boy.
any of you guys read this The Secret Teaching of All Ages by Manly P. Hall? I know. I've been going through
No,
that
I
one
haven't
lately.
read it.
A lot of good information in it. I've been going through the audiobook lately. I'm like about halfway done. It's a long
Okay,
one.
just buy yourself the
30
paper book. It's too fucking big to get an audiobook. You need to have all the things.
You know that Manly P. Hall is actually the grandfather of Hall from Hall & Oates?
I did not know that, but that is
No
interesting.
way.
No, you're making that up. There's no way.
No way.
I've had the paperback version of the book, but I'm one of these people that still go to the library, so I got it from the library.
Library is where homeless people go to take baths.
They have baths there. Baths at the library.
you go take a French bath and just go in the bathroom of the library. Man, you guys ain't ghetto.
They do that over here. That's one time I seen a naked crackhead woman taking a bird bath in a fucking laundromat.
Do you bring her home?
Yeah, no.
Were you like, hey babe, you want some pierogies?
Yeah, I'll make you some pierogies. Come back with me, get murdered and decapitated and shit. That's fine.
Okay.
Like a serial killer. Lure me.
Cage. I'm not trying to shut you up and inhibit your freedom of speech, but you're about to cock block yourself real bad.
Oh shit.
Good.
I stand corrected. They sleep at night, but your bathroom is where your bed is. It's pretty close, at least. You telling me that the homeless people sleeping at libraries aren't taking baths in the bathroom? I think not. I've been to the library, man. I know what goes on in there.
If they're smart, they just get a gym membership and go there. But most of them probably don't have that capability.
Homeless teachings for all ages.
A homeless man with a gym membership. That is hilarious.
They have cheap ones here. It's like $10 a month. They can afford that. They get
You know what? $10 a month. That, you know what? Hey, you make a good point there. I'm pretty sure most of the homeless people can afford that because the amount of busking and pennies and stuff that goes into their hats. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's more than £10 a week.
And the government
so
gives
right.
the government gives them the money every month too, welfare or whatever.
Dude, some panhandlers make bank.
Yeah,
they do.
There's a dude who outside, like down the part of town here called the Plaza, and the dude who had, when I was growing up, the dude who had the corner in front of the movie theater on the Plaza, every night he was out there every night on crutches, and then at like 11:30 p.m. he would get picked up. He wouldn't even try to hide it. His girlfriend would pull up in an Escalade. He would throw his crutches in the back and just walk and get right in the front seat. Like it was just all totally fake. But yeah, he made a lot of money.
All in a good day's work.
Yep. I used to buy cigarettes from him for $2 a pop, which is pretty expensive even when you're in 7th and 8th grade.
7th and 8th grade. Fucking hell. Yeah, interesting. Hey, Flo, I tell you what was kind of crazy the other day with what's his name? Steve and the bots showing up at his place. That was
Yeah, he
wild.
got
The
botted pretty
numbers.
good.
Yeah. That was crazy numbers. Has that happened to you before?
No, it hasn't.
Interesting.
No.
Someone said it happened to one of the guys from
Is
my
he gonna make
community
it?
before.
Is he gonna pull through and
Willis
stream?
McCoy. Who's gonna
Sean,
make
what are
it?
you talking about?
Who are you talking to, bud?
I had that happen to a channel before. Before it got taken down.
Oh shit. Interesting. Well, I mean, if it happened to Steve again,
How much is the delay? Like, I feel
It's
like
so
when you're-
bad that I've had my trigger on your delete button, like to remove you from stage, like 5 times tonight. But like,
You're answering to things like 5 minutes ago.
yeah.
What did you eat, Nachi? Nachi, what did you eat, bro? What do you eat over there?
All right, I'm gonna do Voy a favor and I'm gonna monologue.
all right, I'm gonna do final words for
Wait, who
Pineal. And
hurt
actually,
you, man?
I'm gonna,
What's going on over there?
there they go. There's final. I just can't do it anymore. Like I like
He's
you, Sean,
restreaming.
but that's fine. He can stay back there and restream. But like every time he talks, it's like a complete disruption from whatever the conversation was on.
Oh shit.
It completely resets everything. So I can't do it anymore, Sean. Thanks
Flo
for
Maud
joining.
Gordon. Flo, you Maud Gordon.
Oh, I know. That's fine. I'm cool with that. It doesn't bother me.
You Maud Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, the only people like that's not a problem for me at all. It absolutely is. Yeah, I would. Why wouldn't somebody mod God where they can mod God?
Flexing your power. You're doing a Tommy. Hey, that's the new word. You're doing a Tommy.
That's fine. You can call it whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, I'm not going to put myself out to make sure somebody else is happy. Not that much. I will. I mean, and there's nothing personal against him. And I softened it on the way out, but like, I just can't do it. It's too late. I've been on for too long to like have the conversation like screech to a halt while everybody looks around to see what the fuck hit us from the side. Like, what the fuck was that? Oh, it was his delay. He was responding from 10 minutes ago. That's what that was. Okay.
Oh man.
Tommy was up here for a little bit, wasn't he? Yeah, he was.
For like just a split second. He didn't make it very long at all.
He was impressed that Montagraph was here hanging out with us.
Hey, you just reminded me, Nachi.
Peniel, there's no way that's actually your if you don't actually have that as a cash tag, do you? There's no way.
Flo, Nachi, who was this Monty guy? I've heard his name get mentioned so many times, but I've never seen him.
Snaps.
There you go. Yeah, what's going on there? What's going on? Talk to me. Who's this guy?
Well, all right, I'll give you the recap real quick. I don't know who he is. I mean, he's an OG in the world, but of internet stuff. But this was my first time ever talking to him. He came on. He addressed the claims against him. Seemed like I got nothing bad to say about the guy. He answered the questions. He said his piece. It seemed he definitely seemed more reasonable than Snafu or TRiCKiN. And then he hung around for quite a while and answered questions for like several hours. So
okay.
Yeah, so I don't really know who he is, but I don't have anything bad to say about him from my interaction with him, which is not true. I cannot say the same for Snafu.
Okay. So I mean, is he exposing people or is people trying to expose him?
He's just trying to defend himself from people running around saying he's a P and a P and a P,
Gotcha.
It was somewhere in the middle of the screen.
He's obsessed with the P word.
Yeah, Snafu is obsessed with him and with the P word and with claiming people are the P word when he has little to no evidence of it.
Which I've already told him. When I hear somebody like always talking about something like that, it makes me question them in a way. It's like, why is this always on your mind so much? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody like when you see the Branch or not the Branch Davidian, you know those people who would protest gay soldiers' funerals or whatever.
I have no idea. No.
All right, if somebody makes a big deal about being not gay, if my channel name was not gay, what would you think about me?
You're probably gay, for sure.
Gay.
Exactly.
You're a trans.
It's like people
Oh,
that are
shit.
people that are like homophobic or something probably are probably gay themselves, right?
That's
Yeah,
it, Westboro Baptist. Yeah. So when somebody runs around and that's just like right on the tip of their tongue and head, always it's like, why is this here? Who knows? Do I know anything? No, but I will go ahead and speculate. Or it's not even proper speculation. Is it proper? Yeah, it is probably proper speculation.
Yeah, it's speculation, but like it's just like, you know, how all these dramas get kind of started in the streets. For example, like, you know, the beef between you and somebody else, as an example, and somebody new coming in, not knowing what the fuck is going on, you know, or not knowing really what the fuck you're talking about. And I think that's kind of the case with Montagraph. Like, you know, there's one individual within our community who goes around and talk about him, but nobody really interacts with Montagraph that much within our community. And it's like
Who
here. What's that?
Who is that? Who is that? And what kind of channel is it? Like, what are they talking about? Like,
Montagraph?
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. I always hear that name though. Snafu.
I don't really know. I dropped the link earlier.
I mean,
I'll drop it again, and I'll put it in the box at the end. I'm getting ready to do final words. Cage, you're up.
Nothing really. Thanks for having me. I'm going to some rest or whatever.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up. And I think I'm gonna try to push through, but who knows? I probably will fall asleep accidentally for a long time. Thanks for coming up, Cage. Love your beautiful face. Hope to see it again next time. No homo.
Peace out, Cage. Peace out, Cage. I'm gonna follow him as well. But hey, Flo, when you got a bit of time next time, I'm gonna you know, open up shop, and I want to discuss more of the crater Earth moon theory, and I want to try to stick to that topic because I was hoping that Steve HMFIC could have stuck to that topic a bit more because I was looking forward to that build.
I'm glad that you brought that up. I do want to, because I've joined some of your panels when you were like basically presenting stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't follow it. But I understand that I would like you've built up to this, and I came in midway, and it was just going right past me.
Correct.
But yes, I agree. We should do that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right.
Say
Thanks
no
for coming
more.
up.
I'm gonna let you know, and I'll let you know then, bro. Yeah. Peace out, Nachi.
Okay.
Peace out,
And
Flo.
my email, if you want to get a hold of me, my email is linked in the about tab of my channel.
Oh, brilliant. Yep. Cheers, Flo. Peace.
Adios. I'm gonna remove myself and let you have final words, since you know whatever. Chat. Everybody, thank you for watching. If you haven't liked, hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. It's all the best content. Go ahead and hit the share button and then copy it. You don't have to share it. Share the link to have it register in the algorithm as a share when you just hit copy from the share button. Although if you do share it, whoever you share it to will surely love it. Memberships are only $1. Thank you. If that's what you remind me of. Memberships are only $1. It's the best deal on YouTube. Buy one for yourself, buy 20 for the chat, make it rain. And I'll let
Before you go, do I just click the leave button once I'm done monologuing?
Oh no, I'll still be here. I'm not actually leaving. You're just.
Oh, okay. So, well, thank you everybody for being here. All 70 of you guys. We had over 100 people. I think that's getting pretty close to the record over at this channel, FlowState. And it was, at least in my perspective, very interesting to have Montagraph here. So I thank him for coming on board and correcting the records. Again, you know, I think it's important for people to use their own discernment in regards to, you know, what we believe is going on. But we are living in pivotal times right now, obviously. And I do think that these discussions can be helpful to clarify things. And again, being a flat earther or being Mandela affected, or knowing that God exists doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a better position than somebody else. And if you do think that you have a higher perspective on something, it's our duty to try to help people along the best we can. But I think it's too much to expect that everybody's going to be on the same page about things, so you just have to meet where we can meet. Besides that, I had a really good time. I've been here for nearly 9.5 hours today, and had a lot of good conversations. And for the most part, it is true that I want to cupcake with people, but I'm going to say my piece. And I do want to get along with people, and people sometimes I feel like they kind of, I don't know, like they want to find um something to argue about or find some drama. But like for me, like I think it's not about the arguments or the disagreements that's important. It's about like how to resolve these issues. That's just me though. I don't know. I can't speak about everybody. And
Name
again,
names.
having drama does help with well, go ahead, Flo. I think I'm almost done, but like just having flow, like I'm sorry, having drama does like bring the numbers in, but like it's like really only for a short amount of time, but then it fizzles away. So it's not something that we are that much interested in, I think. Anyways, I'm done. Peace, everybody. Thanks for having me on, and take care, everybody. Have a good night or good morning.